Good afternoon to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the National Assembly on this 5th day of October. The year is 2023, an afternoon sitting of the National Assembly with a full order paper this afternoon. Given priority is a motion on nominees to the 3 National Government Constituencies Development Fund. These particular constituencies, whose nominees will be considered by the House, Mbalambala, Gatanga, and Nyeri Town constituencies. After consideration of nominees, the House will then move into the Committee of the Whole House, where under this particular order number, the House will be considering the National Ratings Bill. This is National Assembly Bills number 55 of the year 2022 by the leader of the majority party, as well as the statute laws miscellaneous amendment bills. This is National Assembly Bill number 60 of the year 2022 by the leader of the majority party. The Chairperson Public Petitions Committee will be moving a motion. This particular motion pertains a petition on the probable loss of investment in a site on High Yield Solutions platform. In this particular motion, the Chairperson Public Petitions Committee seeks to have the House adopt the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of a public petition regarding the probable loss of investments in site on High Yield Solutions. The House will this afternoon be resuming debate on this particular motion that has a balance of 2 hours and about 20 minutes. Also lined up for debate this afternoon is the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill. This is National Assembly Bills number 2 of the year 2023 by the Chairperson Select Committee on Delegated Legislation. The report of the Auditor General on the 23 non-compliant state corporations is also another motion under the order paper this afternoon. This particular motion is by the Chairperson Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Matters Agriculture. In this particular motion, the Chairperson Public Investments Committee on Matters Social Services seeks to have the House adopt the report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Matters Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the 23 non-compliant state corporations. This particular committee laid its report on the table of the House on the 23rd of August, the year being 2023. The Employment Diversity Audit in Public Institutions is another motion that the House is set to consider this afternoon, as well as the proceedings of the 2023 United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. This particular motion is by the Vice Chairperson, Parliamentary Caucus on Sustainable Development, SDGs Goals and Matters Business. If you're just joining us, you're watching the live proceedings of the National Assembly on this 5th day of October. The year is 2023. Honorable Martha Wangari has just stepped into the chambers this afternoon. She'll be presiding over the business of the National Assembly. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in collaboration with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms, I order that the bell be rung for 10 minutes.
Honorable Martha Wangari, a member of the Speaker's panel, currently presiding over the business of the National Assembly this afternoon, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell, owing to the fact that the House last afternoon. This particular directive is pursuant to Standing Orders of the House, Standing Orders number 34, that gives directives and directions to the Speaker in regards to the commencement of business. Order number 34 of the House requires that any particular time when the House is sitting, at least 50 members of Parliament must be seated in the chambers for the commencement of business. As the Sergeant at Arms note the number of members of Parliament already in the chamber and those making their way to ensure that at least they get to 50. Allow me to take you through other highlights in the order of business this afternoon on some of the business that are set to be considered by the House this afternoon. The Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 2 of the year 2023, is a bill at the second stage. This particular bill is by the Chairperson Select Committee on Delegated Legislation, and members of Parliament are set to make their input in regards to various amendments proposed in this particular bill. Lined up for debate this afternoon is a report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the National Government Constituency Development Fund for the 12 constituencies in Kakamega County. This particular motion is by the Chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. In this particular motion, the committee seeks to have the House adopt the report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General for the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 12 constituencies in Kakamega County for the financial year 2023-2024, 2024-2025, 2015-2016, that was laid on the table of the House on the 27th of July 2023. The Chairperson Departmental Committee on Matters Transport and Infrastructure will be moving a motion on the East African Community Multilateral Agreement on the Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigations. The House is also set to consider the inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community region. This is another motion by the Chairperson Select Committee on Matters Regional Integration that the committee seeks to have the House adopt the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community region. This particular report was laid on the table of the House on the 5th of July 2023. Pursuant to Standing Orders of the House, Standing Orders number 225, the Speaker will be communicating to the House in regards to a number of petitions. The very first petition is a petition pertaining the unlawful deductions by the Teacher Service Commission in favor of the Kenya Union of Special Needs Education. This particular petition is a petition by a Kenyan known as Robert Njukuka that was forwarded to the relevant committee, this committee being the Committee on Public Petitions, and we expect the communication on the same this afternoon. The other communication, a petition that will be presented on behalf of Mr. Ibrahim Ndhitu, is a petition number 55/223, 2023 rather, on the enactment of legislation to regulate the credit professionals. The House has raised the requisite quorum. Allow me to hand you over so you can follow up on the live proceedings of the National Assembly this afternoon. Enjoy your viewing. And once again, good afternoon.
Order members, we have the requisite numbers, so we'll start the business of the day.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order members. Honorable Tongoyo, you are out of order. Honorable Ngogoyo, you are out of order. Honorable members, you may recall that during the morning sitting of Thursday, 14 September 2023, the House rejected Senate amendments to the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023. This decision essentially remitted the bill to a mediation committee in accordance with Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Order number 149. Honorable members, you may further recall that during the afternoon sitting of the same day, I notified the House that I had nominated 7 members of this House to represent the National Assembly in the mediation committee on the bill. I also designated the Deputy Leader of Majority, Honorable Owen Bayer, CBS MP, to co-chair the committee. Honorable members, having conveyed the decision to the Senate, I wish to inform the House that the Senate has now nominated the following senators to the mediation committee. Number 1, Senator Dr. Steve Lumbesi Lelegwe, MP. Number 2, Senator Jones Mwasheshe Mwaruma, MP. Number 3, Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga, MP. Number 4, Senator Peris Pesi Tobiko, MP. Number 5, Senator Beth Kalunda Siengo, MP. And number 7, Senator Wahome Wamatangi, MP. Honorable members, now that the mediation committee is fully constituted, I urge the Honorable Owen Bayer, CBS MP, who is the co-chairperson of the mediation committee, to reach out to the Senate counterparts with a view to commencing the mediation process in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. The clerk is hereby directed to facilitate the committee. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable members, take your seat. Take your nearest seat, honorable member for... Honorable members, I have 2 petitions that I will present today. We will combine them and we'll deal with them as according to the standing orders. Petition number 1 is public petition number 54 of 2023 regarding unlawful deductions by Teachers Service Commission, TSC, in favor of Kenya Union of the Special Needs Education Teachers, KUSNET. Number 1, honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution provides for the rights of any person to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including petitioning the House to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. Further, Standing Order 225-2B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from one Mr. Roberts Junuka Wekesa on behalf of teachers teaching in special learning institutions across the country. The petitioners are calling for termination of unlawful deductions by the Teacher Service Commission in favor of KUSNET. Honorable members, the petitioners aver that the Teacher Service Commission has been deducting union dues in form of agency fees in favor of the Kenya Union of the Special Needs Education Teachers without their approval or consent. The petitioners further aver that the Commission had unlawfully made them to subscribe to the union through remittance of monthly union dues, which were later stopped by the court, and later realized that TSC were deducting union fees in form of agency fees without their consent. Honorable members, the petitioners claim that they approached the Commission requesting to be allowed to join other unions of their choice, but were dismissed on the grounds that the collective bargaining agreement between the TSC, KUPPET, NAT, and KUSNET placed all special needs teachers under KUSNET, which was a binding agreement with the teachers who fall under the category were to abide by. The petitioner further claims that there has never been any participation to sensitize members on the activities of the union and other related matters, and their efforts to have their concerns addressed by the relevant bodies or agencies, specifically the TSC and KUSNET, have not borne fruit. Honorable members, the petitioners therefore pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, intervenes to compel the TSC to stop the unlawful deductions in favor of KUSNET, especially for members who never signed up for membership to KUSNET. Number 2, refund the money to the affected teachers. And number 3, allow members to join unions of their choice. Honorable members, having determined that the matters raised by the petitioner are well within the authority of this House, and further that the matters raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance to Standing Order 2272. I thank you. I'll give the members at the back 1 minute, take the nearest seat. Order members, I have a second petition. This petition is petition number 55 of 2023 regarding the enactment of legislation to regulate the credit professionals. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution provides for the rights of any person to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including petitioning the House to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from one Mr. Bernard Mokaya Magembe, the chairperson of the Council of Institute of Credit Management, Kenya, calling for the enactment of legislation to regulate the credit profession. The petitioner avers that according to the 2022 Kenya Financial Sector Deepening Report on Inclusive Finance, levels of financial inclusion as measured by the access dimensions stood at 83.7%, attributed to various developments in the financial service sector and general expansion of the economy. Honorable members, the petitioner further notes that according to the World Bank, the domestic credit to private sector of GDP stood at 32% in 2020, while gross loans listing as per the Credit Officer Survey report by the Central Bank of Kenya totaled Kenya shillings 3.677 trillion as at December 2022, among other reports. These, according to the petitioner, are indicators of a robust credit market in the country. Honorable members, the petitioner is concerned that, despite the growth of the sector, consumer lending raises significant consumer protection risks and concerns which can be mitigated by having certified credit professionals. The petitioner alleges that other professions in Kenya, including accountants, lawyers, fiscal analysts, engineers, and doctors, among others, are regulated through a statute for effective discharge of their mandate, yet the credit profession is not regulated. Honorable members, the petitioner is convinced that the enactment of the proposed legislation, which has numerous benefits, would be instrumental in sensitizing and cushioning consumers from a number of risks, including breach of transparency, unconscionable conduct, and loss of assets, among others. The petitioner therefore prays that the National Assembly enacts legislation to regulate credit profession, to provide qualified and well-regulated credit profession that in the long term will ensure stability and sustainability of lending institutions, among other attendant provisions. Honorable members, having determined that the matters raised by the petitioner are well within the authority of this House, and further that the matters raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its finding to the House and to the petitioner in accordance to the Standing Orders 2272. I thank you. Honorable members, those who wish to contribute on the petitions, kindly put in the interventions. And I will start with the Honorable Gitonga Murungara. Let us limit our comments to a maximum of 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As regards the petition by Robert Wekesa, it does raise very serious issues against TSC, being unlawful deductions of their money to fund a union which they claim they are not members to. This is very important because deductions by TSC can only be through a check-off system where individual members have signed for that check-off. It cannot be because of a CBA between TSC, the NAT, and KUPPET as regards the third union and authorizing teachers who are not members to join that union by force. Joining of trade unions is actually individual choices, and therefore, if there is any element of coercion or forcible entry into unions, that should be frowned against. This is a petition that should be looked into very seriously because our teachers are complaining. As regards the petition by Bernard Mokaya, which is on domestic credit, we have always had a problem with the domestic money lenders because, as we say, these are unscrupulous money lenders who actually deceive impecunious borrowers who do not have money, and they have to go to these Shylocks so that they are able to get money for their immediate needs. We may require a law to regulate this, but as to whether credit professionals do exist, this must be studied. It's also a petition that must be looked into very quickly because we continue to have Shylocks getting money from impecunious money lenders at exorbitant interest rates. Thank you, Madam Speaker. These are timely petitions.
Member for Nyando.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And this petition relating to mistreatment of teachers by the Teacher Service Commission needs to be quickly looked into. and urgently addressed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Teachers Service Commission is known for its notoriety, and it has perpetuated certain ills to teachers that the petition committee, chaired by my friend Honorable Mbai, needs to get into the length and depth of it and have it resolved once and for all. Article 36 of our Constitution, Sub-Article 2, says that you cannot compel anybody to join any association, Madam Speaker, whereas Sub-Article 1 pays credence to getting into any association of your choice. One cannot be compelled to join any. Therefore, it is a matter of right. It is a fundamental freedom that we enjoy. And therefore, TSC reeling its ugly head on the affairs of teachers without their approval, giving a seal of approval on any kind of association, must be nabbed. And the sooner we do this, the better, so that our teachers can have unfettered freedom that is being enjoyed by anybody else. Lastly, these are teachers handling special cases. And we all understand how difficult it is to handle children or students in general. But this is a special unit that is being handled by these teachers who are subjected to mistreatment by Teacher Service Commission. It is time that we woke up, realize how important and the critical role our teachers are playing to shepherd and shape up our children for the betterment of this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Before I give the next speaker, allow me to recognize students in the speakers gallery today. Number 1, Chereta Secondary School, Laikipia West Constituency, Laikipia County. Number 2, Muihoko Secondary School, Roiro Constituency, Kiambu County. And number 3, the best 3 students from Kapsabet Girls from Mgwen Constituency, Nandi County. I also recognize in the public gallery today, Jamhuri Primary School in Kibra Constituency, Nairobi County, and Nyahururu Munyaka Day Secondary School from Laikipia West Constituency, Laikipia County. On my own behalf and that of the House, we welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. The next person to speak will be the member for Runyenjes, Honorable Eric Mushangi. He's not willing to speak to this. I'll give the next person, Honorable Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the petition by Robert Wekesa on the issue of TSC and what it is doing to the members of the teaching profession. Madam Speaker, TSC actually did play a very major role in the destruction of the biggest trade union for teachers called NAT. 10 years ago, NAT was a giant, Madam Speaker. Right now, if you go to all over the country, you find offices of NAT that have been shut, that they had maybe 20 employees, have been left with 1 employee. Some are gathering dust, some have been closed, some have been unable to pay even rent because of what TSC did. You know, my understanding of a tripartite agreement, Madam Speaker, is that there has to be the employer, and that is TSC, then the employee, that is the teacher, and then their union. How is it possible that TSC can purport to make a decision on behalf of the employee where their money is going to be taken to? So, Madam Speaker, I think TSC is trying to make it compulsory for teachers to be able to be in certain unions, which is totally against the law. So I think I want to support these employees of special needs education and say that TSC should immediately stop the deductions and refund all the money that has been taken. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next chance will go to the member for Endebess.
Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to contribute. This issue about KUSNET getting subscriptions from TSC of members without their consent. I think, Madam Speaker, it's a height of impunity by TSC. And as the committee looks into it, I think this is something that needs to be looked urgently by the committee. I know the Petitions Committee has a lot of petitions before it, but the chair is up to the task and the committee, and I would want them to expeditiously look into this petition to ensure that those injustices that have been committed against those teachers are corrected, and if possible, the person who was responsible for doing those deductions be charged for the sufferings of these people, and secondly, that person should even be dismissed from the service, because that is quite unprofessional. It borders on impunity, because you are occupying an office that you are supposed to take responsibility, yet you are abusing those powers. So this is an abuse of the office, and I think that we will be following very keenly to see what the committee recommends on this, and if it is possible, the Honorable Chair, you can submit a report to this House, we debate it, and make sure that the House resolves some of those issues. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support that petition.
Thank you. The Minority Leader.
Actually, I'd wanted to comment on the petition concerning the credit professionals, or what we would call credit service providers. It's a timely petition, and if at all it is true that there is no law governing credit providers or credit professionals, then I think it is high time such a law was enacted, because that lacuna can be very dangerous. As you know, Kenyans are going through very difficult times, financially, economically. Everybody is struggling to make ends meet, and therefore many a time people resort to these credit providers, many of whom are fellows whom you don't actually even understand where they are coming from or where they are going. And because of desperation, Kenyans are being subjected to very, very stringent conditions by these Shylocks, if I may call them so. So we need a law to govern the Shylocks, for lack of better terminology, and the credit providers generally, so that credit facilities can be managed in an environment with certainty, and an environment which is predictable, because as you know, credit is a key factor in economic growth generally. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. And the petition on the credit people, who actually in the real sense are Shylocks, is actually very timely. And Madam Speaker, as the Petitions Committee is looking at this, I am hoping that they will be coming up with proposals that might lead to a legislation. Madam Speaker, predatory lending is so rampant in this country that if you looked around, you will see that there are people who are preying on the needs of Kenyans, on the desperation of Kenyans. People who lend money to people, knowing that these people who are borrowing are extremely desperate. What they then do is that they put a very high interest to make sure that the person borrowing is not able to pay. After that, they come back and claim a property or auction out the borrower. Madam Speaker, we need a law that would be able to rein in on these predatory lenders. And I think that might have informed some of the moves that are being made by the government. For example, the Hustler Fund, Madam Speaker, that seeks to plug in into that space where predatory lending had even gone digital, Madam Speaker. That even reputable institutions were lending Kenyans in a predatory manner, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, even as we look at those informal ones, let us also go into the banks, see what banks are doing to Kenyans. If you look at the newspaper, Madam Speaker, you will find 11 pages, acres and acres of properties being taken by auctioneers of Kenyans who are not able to do that. Madam Speaker, finally, allow me this 1 minute to say to the Petitions Committee that as they are looking on this petition, they should also consider the matters of the infringement of laws that already exist. The laws like the Kenya Privacy Data Protection Bill, Madam Speaker, these creditors, these predatory lenders are offending the privacy of data owners in Kenya, the law on the computer misuse and cybercrime, the way they infringe on people's privacy when they are claiming the money that they had lent to Kenyans, even that is an infringement on laws that exist. So even as we are looking on new laws, Madam Speaker, let us call them out for the laws that they are offending, laws that already exist. I appreciate this opportunity, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Malava.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This issue of illegal deductions have appeared before our committee severally. In the last parliament, Madam Speaker, there were quite a number of complaints about NAT deductions from members who are not willing to be members of NAT. And the TSC opened an online platform where it asked teachers who are not willing to be members of NAT to actually deregister. Many teachers actually deregistered from NAT. What has happened, Madam Speaker, we have some unscrupulous teachers who go around forming groups, pressure groups. And what happens, they collect signatures illegally from teachers not knowing that they are signing in for this kind of deductions. So I would ask that when we have this kind of persons who carry those lists of teachers whom they purport to have actually joined their organizations, pressure groups, TSC should proceed, first of all, to open up a platform where they ask these teachers if they are really willing to be members of those particular pressure groups before they actually begin making those deductions. But in the meantime, Madam Speaker, I would urge TSC, just like it did with NAT, it can actually open a platform today, because I know they are following these proceedings, and ask those teachers to deregister as the Committee on Petitions continues with the investigation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Navaholo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to make a comment on this petition for TSC, where, Honorable Speaker, the issue that TSC keeps on deducting other teachers who are not really members is a key issue. And Madam Speaker, it's not just an issue of deducting non-members. It's an issue of being responsible in terms of what the functions that you are given. I want to state, Honorable Speaker, that the issue to do with deductions on teachers should be checked in terms of the holistic way in which TSC is handling teachers in full. Honorable Speaker, there is the issue to do with payment of teachers upon retirement. It's an issue. We need to look at it in totality so that, Honorable Speaker, it's not just an issue of deducting the issue of, for the issue of the union. Madam Speaker, in terms of the profession on credit professionals, it's timely, it's due. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at the issues which the petitioner has raised, what is the function of a credit manager in any organization? Is a midwife between, Honorable Speaker, the spending of the funds and how the business aspires to grow in terms of the risk. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it's important. The people you rely on should be people who are controlled, people who are being checked, and people who can be trusted in terms of midwifing the functions of an organization and the government at large. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'll support the two petitions.
Member for Runyenjes, this is your second shot.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to react to the issue of the unscrupulous money lenders. Because, Honorable Speaker, in our country we have very many young people who are being terrorized by these predatory money lenders. You go to the market, a motorbike that costs around 120,000, these predatory money lenders lend money to the young people who are trying to make ends meet at 120,000, but they are cost to pay the same motorbike up to a total of 250,000 or even 300,000. By the time they finish up paying the loan, the motorbike is already not functional. And so it is the same cycle of poverty that young people are being taken through by these lenders. So I am in agreement with the petitioner that these people are really terrorizing our people, and it is time that we rein on them through laws. And actually, this is what informed the coming up with the Hustler Fund, because this is now the cheap loan that young people are benefiting from. So, Honorable Speaker, I wish to support that petition. Let that petitioner be listened to, and let action be taken against these predatory money lenders. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for public petition. You have 2 minutes. Just an assurance to the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yeah, as I stand to support both petitions, I would want to assure this House that, yeah, the petitions may seem to be many and flowing through the Speaker, but the committee is up to the task. We have gone ahead and done one very important thing. We have developed an online monitoring tool for members to track motions of the petitions of their interest, and this is at the table office. So any member who has a petition before the committee, you are in a position to track the position or the status of the petition. The other thing is I would encourage members, and some members have always come forward on petitions of their interest, to write, and specifically, if you want to be a friend of the committee during the interview of a certain witness, members, we would encourage that you are allowed to come in. We will allow you so that you can listen firsthand on what is happening. Lastly, Madam Speaker, we know these petitions are not just activism, but they are real issues touching on the lives of Kenyans. We are taking them serious, and our reports to the House are made to correct the anomalies and the issues going on which are affecting our people. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the committee has not tired from visiting the constituencies of members, where a member has gone ahead and brought a petition which touches on a certain area within their constituency. The committee always purposes to visit that area, that certain place, so that they can assure the public within the constituency that their member has a petition in the House, and we listen to the public and assure them that the whole thing will be solved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We're almost closing this one. Member for Thika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to speak briefly on the 2 petitions. First, to the union. The era of exploitation and intimidation is over. There's no way you can force somebody to give out money and they don't want. Actually, I don't want to be very fair to them. They need to return that money, and they be surcharged for deducting that money when they were not supposed to be doing it. They were supposed to be given an opportunity. If you don't want to do something, why do you force me association with you? So that's what the union is doing right now. It is forcing these teachers to give out that money, and also they are intimidating them in a way that if you don't do it, you are transferred far away from your home. So it should stop immediately. It is bad, and it is extremely awkward and unacceptable. They cannot do that at all at this era that you are forcing somebody to join your union. If these teachers have not seen the purpose or the reason why they should be in that union, why do you force me to do it? As for these renders, Madam Speaker, we have seen many of our people are suffering, because at the end of the day, for those people who know about Shylock, they don't give you that money for you to return. They give you that money so that you'll be unable to return, because they know immediately they'll be able to come and take what they gave you twice. So without laws put to govern this lacuna, there's a lacuna left in that there's a big gap, and that's why they take advantage, because they know there's nobody who can question them. Because I know when I go to a Shylock, nobody forces me to go there. I go there because of the problems I have. Knowing that, they take advantage of it. So when they are giving you money, actually they encourage you to borrow as much as you can, knowing very well the interest they put on top, you will not be able to pay. As well as I also want to add, it is not only these renders Shylock. Also, even our banks are using the same formula. They give you a loan at 10%. And then at the end of the documentation, they put a small cross that they tell you the cross that you cannot be able to read properly because it is too tiny, it is too, and then there, that cross reads that they can increase the interest as they wish. Right now, our people are suffering because they took a loan at a very low interest rate, but right now, it has been hiked. We should caution that, and we should protect our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chair, Education Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the petition. Madam Speaker, this petition is a tip of the iceberg. Workers across this country, in all sectors, have actually had problems with unions or institutions that collude with employers to deduct money from them. This is a pointer to what is affecting a number of civil servants, both in the public sector and the private sector. Madam Speaker, the union known as KUSNET, that has actually deducted money from the teachers, need to refund that money, but they also need to refund with interest because the teachers actually did not append their signature that they be deducted that money. And I want to say this, Madam Speaker, that this House, especially the Labour, I've seen the chair Labour committees in this House, as a lesson to others who have not actually been pointed out. We really need to look at across all sectors of government and even in the private sector, those organizations that deduct money illegally from individuals, and they be surcharged and they be brought to book. I support and I ask the petitioner to, the petition committee to take action. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. To close on this is the member for Lamu County. To close on this is the member for Lamu County, the Honorable Muthoni Marubu. Muthoni Marubu is doing her maiden speech. She will be heard uninterrupted, and she will be heard in silence for a maximum of 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Honorable Omanyo, silence. Order, members. Honorable Junet, you are out of order. Member for Nyando, take your seat. Totally out of order. If you're leaving, leave using your feet, not your mouth. Honorable members, you will hear the Honorable Muthoni in silence and uninterrupted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my name is Muthoni Monica Marubu. I was born in the village of Kiongwe in Mpeketoni. I went to primary school in Ndeu Primary School, Hindi Ward. I went to Lamu Girls High School, and I pursued a degree in international relations, diplomacy, and foreign affairs in USIU. Madam Speaker, I have been on the list of shame of those members of parliament that have never spoken. And I take this opportunity to apologize to the people of Lamu for putting them on the papers for the wrong reasons. But Madam Speaker, I happen to be those students who are very average. I start very slowly. I remember, Madam Speaker, when I went to primary school, I scored 258 marks out of 500, quite average. I went to Lamu Girls High School, Madam Speaker, and I made it a B. And I went to university. I graduated with first class honors, Madam Speaker. I believe, Madam Speaker, even after starting very slowly, I will do the people of Lamu right. Madam Speaker, Lamu County is blessed with huge economic potential. It is the home to the Lamu Port and the Lapsset Corridor program, which, if implemented, Madam Speaker, would be very good for this country and for East and Central Africa. Madam Speaker, Lamu County has landmass of approximately 797 arable land and an industrious, resilient population. our capacity to grow food, Madam Speaker, when the country is battling food insecurity is untapped. Our blue economy potential, Madam Speaker, also very untapped. We have very high potential, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this very promising future of our county have been put in jeopardy by two very serious issues. Number one, it is the ineffective land management. And number two, it is the recurrent cases of insecurity. Madam Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to delve a little into the history of Lamu so as to put perspective into my argument. Traditionally, Madam Speaker, before the invasion of the Arabs, Lamu was managed under the African customary land tenure system. There was no need for land adjudication, mapping, or titles. The community engaged in rotational subsistence farming and lived in Swahili villages. Pre-colonial era, Madam Speaker, Lamu was colonized by the Arabs under the Sultanate of Zanzibar. When the Sultan came with his people, the rights of the people of Lamu ceased to exist. They did not have right to own land. They were subjects of the Sultan. After the post-colonial era, Madam Speaker, the land became under the crown. Again, Madam Speaker, the rights of the people of Lamu were neglected and they were made to be squatters on their own land. After the colonization, Madam Speaker, the Jomo Kenyatta government negotiated terms with the Sultan and with the colonial masters, and again, the Lamu people remained to be squatters on their own land. Madam Speaker, in a Gazette notice of October 21st, 1983, under the Kenya Gazette number 4058, all unalienated land was declared to be government land. Madam Speaker, in Lamu East Islands, Kiunga, Kiwayu, and Boni Forest, among other areas, the government have continued to disfavor our people by displacing them from their ancestral land in favor of environmental conservation without relocating them or giving them any alternative land. After the promulgation of the new constitution, Madam Speaker, the responsibility to help the people of Lamu, the indigenous people of Lamu, acquire land was given to the county council. During this time, Madam Speaker, that all land, particularly in Lamu East, was subdivided into private ranches. Madam Speaker, all this while, nobody have ever cared about the indigenous people of Lamu, only those in power and the elites who have continued to take all the land and neglecting the people of Lamu. Madam Speaker, every time I introduce myself as a member of parliament for Lamu, people say, Mudhoni, why and what are you doing in Lamu? Because it is deemed, Madam Speaker, that Mudhonis are not supposed to be in Lamu. Madam Speaker, I was elected alongside 11 other members of parliament on an independent ticket. The Honorable Rahim of North Imenti, a constituency that is predominantly Meru community and Christian. The Honorable Shakil Shabir of Kisumu East, a constituency that is predominantly Luo community and Christian. My colleagues are Kenyan of Indian origin and Islam faith. Madam Speaker, nobody questions what they are doing in Kisumu and Meru respectively. Madam Speaker, I do often ask myself, is it the case of the animal farm where all animals are equal and others are more equal, or is a conspiracy of Tafet for Muthoni? Madam Speaker, in an ideal country, nobody should question what religion or tribe I come from. But my identity has been questioned, Madam Speaker, and I have sought to understand why don't I have the right to become like you, Madam Speaker, or the Honorable Jeanette, or the Honorable Rahim, or any other member that I can represent my county or my constituency without being put into questions. Madam Speaker, the original idea to have the Kikuyu settled in Lamu was born from a report by the then Director for Agriculture, the Lord Swinnerton, in a report of 1954, where the colonial government intended to improve agriculture in the country. They had resolved to put up settlement scheme, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, because I have mentioned that I'm a student of history, during this time, the Mau Mau detainees in Lamu Island, Manda Island, it was decided by the colonial masters that they shouldn't return them into where they had come from, but put them into Lamu so that they do not disturb the government or the colonial masters and their interest as they got back into the country. Additional, Madam Speaker, as I've mentioned, I'm a student of history, and I understand, like as the injustices were happening in Lamu, they were also happening across the country. The people where my ancestors come from were also dealt with the same fate, where their ancestral lands were taken by the colonial master and later by individuals who happened to be in government. Madam Speaker, those people were landless, just like the same people, the same way my people of Lamu have continued to be landless. Madam Speaker, it is during this time that after the Kenyatta government came in place, that a settlement scheme called Lake Kenyatta, measuring 34,000 acres, 137, was set in place. Madam Speaker, naturally, you would expect that people from the area would also be incorporated into the land. But when the time we measure, Madam Speaker, I don't know, is my maiden speech, should I be worried about the bell?
Honorable Muthoni, that is just a warning. When you see the amber, you have a minute, but I will give you a few more to finish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, because Madam Speaker, I needed to put a case so that it can be understood why do we have a Muthoni in Lamu. And also, I can speak into the killings that are happening in my county. Madam Speaker, it is understood, and when you talk to anybody, they will tell you the reason as to why we are being killed in Lamu, it is because we have taken all the land, it is because there is a Muthoni member of parliament in Lamu. Bordering the Lake Kenyatta settlement scheme, there is, Madam Speaker, a number of private ranches. Number one, there is Nyongoro Ranch, measuring 76,000 acres, TSS Ranch, measuring 7,000 acres, Witu Livestock, 14,000 acres, Kibokoni Ranch, 6,725 acres, Nairobi Ranch, 50,000 acres, and many others, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, traditionally, Lamu was colonized by people who believed in slave trade. Up to date, those people still believe that some people are supposed to be their slaves, they're supposed to farm and give them food, and they're supposed to be serving them in the theme of servitude. Madam Speaker, please protect me from the Honorable Soro. Madam Speaker, in 2014, I woke up to a pool of blood. I was an MCA in Peketoni village. 60 Kikuyu men were butchered, Madam Speaker. And what people have not understood clearly is that the manner in which these people are being killed. Madam Speaker, they are being killed in a form of ethnic cleansing. And what is happening in Lamu, it is not Al-Shabaab, Madam Speaker. What is happening in Lamu is pure ethnic cleansing. And Madam Speaker, ethnic cleansing is defined as forceful eviction of an ethnic community from a region. Madam Speaker, we have lost more than 200 men of Kikuyu origin in Lamu. I would speak in the same way if at all any other tribe was being killed in Lamu. Madam Speaker, the way we are killed is your hands are held like this, and your feet are held behind, and then you're slaughtered as your children watch. I'm asking, Madam Speaker, do we still serve are we still in the same country? Are we protected by the same constitution? Do the constitution and the Bill of Rights get stopped when you're dealing with the Kikuyus in this country, Madam Speaker? Is it right just to behead people. Who is going to protect the people of Lamu? Why are we dying aimlessly, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I can no longer look into the widows. I can no longer look into the orphans, Madam Speaker. It is getting out of hand, and I'm afraid that somehow, somewhere, my people will turn against each other, Madam Speaker. It is very difficult to watch the widows. Madam Speaker, when you go into the night in Lamu, you are not afraid. You are not afraid of anything else. You are afraid that your time is up and you are going to be beheaded. I call upon the government, Madam Speaker, to please protect the people of Lamu. Recently, we lost the wife to an MCA. It was the MCA who was being targeted, and today the MCA is disabled. The people of Wido, Poromoko, Hindi, Pandanguo, everywhere in Lamu, Madam Speaker, are afraid for their lives, Madam Speaker. It is not right just to have people dying just because they come from a certain community. We do not suspend the Constitution just because people happen to be from a certain community. I am being told sometimes very senior government officials will tell me, your people are dying because you are in power. You are very ambitious, Muthoni, that's why you are dying. Shall I not have the right to become anything in this country just because I am Kikuyu, Madam Speaker? Is it fair? Should it be like this? Who is going to protect me, Madam Speaker? My life is in danger, Madam Speaker. I spoke at a presidential function, and every day, Madam Speaker, I am receiving death threats on my phone. I'm being told, you will return to your home. Where is my home, Madam Speaker? Where do I belong, Madam Speaker? Where will I call home? And where will my children and my children's children call home if I am going to be killed in that kind of a manner, Madam Speaker? I call upon the government to seriously look into these issues. I know we elected a president under the hustler ticket.
Order, members. Order, members. Thank you, Honorable Muthoni Marubu. Before we go to the next order, allow me to recognize guests in the speakers gallery. We have teachers from Kapranga Primary School, that is Keses constituency, Uasin Gishu County. We have Gashema High School from Lari, Kiambu County. And we have Sachangwan Secondary School from Molo constituency, Nakuru County. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm holding brief for the Majority Leader. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, the Thursday, 5th of October 2023. Number 1, the draft Proceedings of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Regulations 2023 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Number 2, the draft Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Assets and Criminal Asset Recovery Fund Regulations 2023 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Annual Public Debt Management Report for financial year 2022-2023 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Annual Performance Report for the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, MSMEs, Credit Guarantee Scheme for financial year 2022-2023 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements on Nakuru Town West constituency for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the report of the Auditor General and financial statements on University of Nairobi Pension Scheme 2007 for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 5th October 2023. Report of Departmental Committee on Lands on, number 1, inquiry into the Del Monte Kenya Limited land TASO, and number 2, inquiry into the compensation of Mombasa Special Economic Zone Dogokundu project affected persons. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 5th October 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Education on 1, inquiry into the alleged malpractices in the 2022 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, KCSE examination. 2, a study visit to the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics held in Montreal, Canada from 24th April to 4th May 2023. 3, participation in a workshop on designing a framework for blended TVET teachers held in Windhoek, Namibia from 27 February to 1st March 2023. And 4, its attendance to the 2022 International Education Conference held in Toronto, Canada, held on 13th to 16th November 2022. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Social Protection. Please. I think you're being distracted by the member for Laikipia.
I tell you. Yeah. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 5th October 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on its consideration of geriatric bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 5th October 2023. A report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education.
Yes, I have a motion. Songa kidogo. Unajua naye umekaje? Yes. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Education on the inquiry into alleged malpractices of the 2022 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examination laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 5th October 2023. And I beg Honorable Malulu Njende to second.
This Honorable Meli, you have been here long enough. It's a notice of motion. You don't need a seconder. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on the inquiry into Del Monte Kenya Limited land TASO laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 5th October 2023.
Before I give the next person, allow me to recognize students in the public gallery. Kalisasi Primary School from Mwingi Central, Kitui County. Kivandini Secondary School from Miata, Machakos County, Nairasirasa Primary School from Narok North, Narok County, and Orolaisa Primary School from Narok South, Narok County. On my behalf and that of the House, we welcome you to the Assembly, and I will give an indulgence of 1 minute for the Honorable Member for Mwingi Central to welcome them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome all the schools which have come to visit Parliament, and in particular, the school I went to primary 2, Kalisasi Primary School, which is here at the Garland. Madam Speaker, I wish to welcome my school, Kalisasi Primary School. Feel welcome in Parliament, and you go home and greet your parents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Mwingi Central, you just actually tried to campaign in this House by sending greetings. Honorable members, the next motion is by the member for Homa Bay Town, Honorable Peter Kaluma. If not in the House, the chairperson Lands Committee, you are supposed to give 2 notices. Have you given them? The chairperson for Lands Committee, you had 2 notices of motions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to give the second notice of motion that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on the inquiry into the compensation of Mombasa Special Economic Zone, Dogokundu project affected persons, laid on the table of the House Thursday, 5th October 2023. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kaluma, are you ready for your motion?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move for adjournment of the House on a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the proposed deployment of Kenyan police to Haiti. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the intended deployment of Kenyan police to the Republic of Haiti on security intervention mission. Honorable Speaker, it has been recently reported in print and electronic media that the government of the Republic of Kenya is to contribute approximately 1,000 police officers to a multinational force to assist in Haiti as the country contends with widespread gang violence following approval by the United Nations Security Council. However, as a country, it is important to approach this issue with utmost consideration, for it raises questions that resonate with the primary duty of our National Police Service, which is to maintain internal security, law, and order. Our police service's primary duty is to protect its citizens against any internal threats. Honorable Speaker, it is vital to recognize the context of Haiti, plagued by decades of violent internal strife and a history of successful coups against its last 4 presidents. This backdrop adds a layer of complexity to Kenya's planned foreign intervention mission. We cannot overlook the unfortunate instances where Kenya police have encountered grave danger while combating insecurity on home soil. Regrettably, Honorable Speaker, the government has neither provided clear communication or explanation to Kenyans, nor their representatives in the National Assembly concerning the mission, the training of the police officers, the scope of their involvement in the mission, and most importantly, Honorable Speaker, the measures in place to ensure their safety and the well-being of their families. Of want, there is uncertainty as to whether the Republic of Haiti is a reciprocating country within the meaning of Section 107 of the National Police Service Act so as to qualify for service of Kenya police officers. Honorable Speaker, Article 238, Sub-Article 1 underscores the importance of national security, encompassing the protection of our territory and protection of our people. Since the country has been witnessing a surge in insecurity in various parts of the country, it is imperative for the government to conduct an assessment to ensure that our homeland security is not compromised. This is a matter of utmost importance to our nation and warrants thorough deliberation and careful consideration by this House. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave of the House for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Are the members on their feet supporting the adjournment motion?
What is it? What are we discussing? What are we discussing? Just anything you want to say about it.
Order, members. What is out of order, Honorable Tonge?
Madam Speaker, while appreciating the provision and the right of the member who had just moved the adjournment motion, I want to say the following, Madam Speaker. The member who had moved the motion is a high-ranking member of this House and a member of my committee, Administration and Security. And is quite aware that we have the case is, the matter is active in the committee. In fact, the CS and the IG are appearing before the committee this week, coming week, to shed more light to the mission, proposed mission of our soldiers going to Haiti. So my prayer will have been, we let the committee conclude and submit the report to this honorable House. Because what actually the member has said, Madam Speaker, he had just said that the government has neither provided clear communication or explanation to Kenyan, nor the representative in this National Assembly. So my prayer to the honorable member and to the House is the adjournment is suspended, is withdrawn, and give the committee space and time to table the report before this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Chepkonga?
Madam Speaker, I thank Honorable Tongoyo, the chair. In fact, he says they are discussing and we bring the matter substantively here. But on a more critical matter, Madam Speaker, in fact, you counted those of us who are standing here while consulting with the leader of majority, because he had an important message to pass to us. So we stood thinking that it was the leader of majority. So you counted the wrong people. You know, Madam Speaker, he did not have the quorum.
Order, members, order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Honorable Peter Kaluma, you will move the motion again. Take it. You will move the motion. What is out of order, Honorable Majority Leader?
Honorable Speaker, if you can allow me, Honorable Speaker, and request the Deputy Minority Whip to just hold his horses and relax. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to confirm that indeed I also myself was standing, but I was not standing in relation, and I was counted. In relation to the adjournment motion by Honorable Kaluma, we had a consultation here, a number of us, all of us standing. The Honorable Ngeleche, he also tells me they were consulting with the member for, and Honorable Speaker, please, Honorable Speaker, protect me. You know, it is okay to be interrupted by the Honorable Robert Bui, but not this lady from Busia.
Honorable Majority
That one has no
Leader,
capacity to interrupt
Majority
me.
Leader, you have
And
no
I
right
don't want to go
whatsoever.
there. I don't want to go
It
there,
is
Honorable
not,
Speaker.
no,
I
Majority
just wanted
Leader,
to confirm.
it is not this lady. It is the member for
The
Busia.
honorable
Catherine
member
Omanyo.
for Busia, who has a penchant for shouting in the House instead of engaging in meaningful debate. And you know, Honorable Speaker, when you are elected as an honorable member, you must carry yourself with honor, with dignity. You don't come to this chamber to shout, Honorable Speaker. You use more of what you have, the capacity you have to debate. But Honorable Speaker, I was saying, we actually were counted in a vote that you are not supposed to be counted in, and therefore that is absolutely out of order. And I would want to support what you are saying. The Honorable Kaluma can move his motion again. Those who want to support him, like Honorable Pio and I, like Honorable Robert Mbui, can support him. Those like myself who believe, Honorable Speaker.
You have made your point.
Let me
and
just,
I think I
I
have
had 2
heard
points,
from
Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
Chepkonga.
The Honorable Chair of the Committee
Honorable Majority
has also
Leader.
pointed out something very important.
Honorable Majority
that
Leader.
matter is active before a
Honorable
committee
Majority
that Kaluma
Leader,
sits in.
Your time is up. You have made your point. I have heard Honorable Chepkonga. I have heard the chair of the committee where the member, Honorable Kaluma, is a member, actually a ranking member of the committee. And I think what we need to do, because this matter was here yesterday, order members, the dispute of the numbers is coming from this side and not from this side. So I have ruled already that Honorable Kaluma, if you're confident with your motion, you will have no problem retaking it. You will retake it, and we will give way forward. If not, we will drop it. Yes, we will drop it.
Give me the mic. Honorable Speaker, I'm a student of procedure and process. The standing order provision under which I rely is very clear. It says when an adjournment motion is moved and the number of people who need to stand in support do stand, the matter is allotted time for debate. And Honorable Speaker, you confirmed from there that the numbers are there. In fact, you asked, are those people standing in support? And it was confirmed. And Honorable Speaker, you went and confirmed the numbers. It cannot be that after that determination, Honorable Speaker, you say people who are standing not knowing what they are doing.
Order.
I refused to read the motion and move again because I've moved. I've moved and a determination has been made. The only thing that the Speaker can direct on is when we are debating. Honorable Speaker, I thank you. So I'm not doing what I've done again.
Honorable Kaluma. Order, Honorable Kaluma. Because I have immense respect for you. I sit with you in the Speaker's panel. I have read 33-3, 33-2, and 33-3. If the numbers were not in question, we would have already allotted time. But I am also bound to listen to members, and I have had complaints from both sides. So I have given a direction, and I will not rescind on it. You will take the motion again, because you have confidence that you have the numbers. Then I will rule without allowing further point of orders to go to the motion. So, honorable members, you are not moving the motion. Honorable Minority Leader, I have made the ruling. I have given the mover, Honorable Wandai, I am very patient with you, but you'll also watch your language. You will also watch your language. I have given Honorable Kaluma to take the motion again. And if not, that matter is before the committee and will be prosecuted and the report brought to the House. Retake the motion or bring the report to the House through the Committee of Interior. Order, members. Order, members. Allow me to recognize students from in the public gallery. Happyland School, Makadara, from Nairobi County. Corner Brook from Juja, Kiambu County. Join me in welcoming them to the House. I will take points of orders, but not on this motion. Order, members. Order, members. We will proceed. We will proceed. Honorable members, the mover has said he is not willing to retake the motion. So I gave him the opportunity. He has said he is not willing to retake it. So if not willing to retake the motion, we will move on to the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Let me move. No, let me move. Madam Speaker, I beg to move again. I beg to move again.
Honorable member for Homa Bay Town, kindly do not take us in circles. Either move it or drop it. You have two options. Just move it or drop it. Don't take us in circles. If you're moving it, move it. But we can't also keep waiting for you. Move the motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Honorable members,
there is a lot of
can you
disorder.
take your seats? Honorable Omanyo,
Yeah.
Catherine Omanyo,
I
take
beg
your
members
seat.
to sit so that I move.
Honorable Mbue, take your seat. Honorable Muliongi, take your seat. Honorable Dr. Nyikal, take your seat. Honorable Mayaka, take your seat. Benziba, take your seat. Honorable Omanyo, Honorable Kibagendi, move away from the maze. Take your seats. We will go back to order number 7. Honorable Kaluma, hold on to be on record.
Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Kaluma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move an adjournment of the House on a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding deployment of Kenya Police to Haiti. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 33-1, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the intended deployment of Kenya Police officers to the Republic of Haiti on a security intervention mission. Honorable Speaker, it has been recently reported to print and electronic media that the government of the Republic of Kenya is to contribute approximately 1,000 police officers to a multinational force to assist in Haiti, as the country contends with widespread gang violence following approval by the United Nations Security Council. However, as a country, it is important to approach this issue with utmost consideration, for it raises questions that do not resonate with the primary duty of our National Police Service, which is to maintain internal security, law, and order. Our police service's primary duty is to protect its citizens against any internal threats. Honorable Speaker, it is vital to recognize the context of Haiti, plagued by decades of violent internal strife and a history of successful coups against its last 4 presidents. This backdrop adds a layer of complexity to Kenya's planned foreign intervention mission. We cannot overlook the unfortunate instances where Kenya police have encountered grave danger while combating insecurity, even on the home soil. Regrettably, the government has neither provided clear communication or explanation to Kenyans, nor their representatives in the National Assembly concerning the mission, the level of training of the officers, the scope of their involvement in the mission, and most importantly, the measures in place to ensure their safety and the well-being of their families. Of want, there is uncertainty as to whether the Republic of Haiti is a reciprocating country within the meaning of Section 107 of the National Police Service Act, so as to qualify for service of Kenya police officers. Honorable Speaker, Article 238(1) underscores the importance of national security, encompassing the protection of our territory and protection of our people. Since the country has been witnessing a surge in insecurity in various parts of the country, it is imperative for the government to conduct an assessment to ensure that our homeland security is not compromised. This is a matter of utmost importance to our nation and warrants thorough deliberation and careful consideration by this House. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I now seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
How many? You have the requisite numbers, and the motion will be allocated time at 6:30 p.m. today. 6:30 p.m. today. 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. today. Today. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Gathoni wa Mushomba. What is out of order, Honorable Junet?
Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, I wanted to give notice of motion to extend the sitting of the House until the business moved by Honorable Kaluma is concluded. That's the serious business of the House. Yes. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, I give notice of motion to extend the sitting of the House until midnight tonight.
Honorable Jeanette, Honorable, you know that's a procedural motion. It has to be in the order paper, and it's not in the order paper. Other members, we hear you, Honorable Junet, but at 6:30, we'll already have adjourned for the adjournment motion. So you are not allowed to extend when the House is already in adjournment. Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, on a slightly unrelated matter, I wish to bring to the attention of the House, and this is a matter I would want the Honorable Speaker to make a determination on. The Honorable House, I want to bring to attention a memo or a circular that is currently in circulation, very wide circulation. It's a circular signed by Mr. Felix K. Koskei as Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service. This circular is titled Suspension of Non-Essential Travel. Without really reading it, the upshot of this circular is that the author is giving an advisory, is purporting to direct various persons and office holders on how to spend monies that this House has appropriated, including Parliament. Not just Parliament, including Parliament, the Auditor General, Controller of Budget, the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, and the Senate, Clerk of the Senate, Clerk of the National Assembly, and so on and so forth. All governors. And I want to read just one paragraph. At paragraph on page, it's not page netted, or at number, Roman number 5, governors of county governments. The author purports to direct that delegations headed by governors of county governments shall not exceed 3 persons, including the governor as head of delegation, and shall remain guided by the tenets of the circular, blah, blah, blah. Madam Speaker, this country is governed by not only the rule of law, but also by constitutionalism. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 is quite clear, is quite unambiguous. In fact, the drafters of that Constitution were very clear in their intentions that various arms of government would remain independent of one another. It is not in the province of somebody calling himself Chief of Staff of the executive, of the national executive, to purport to direct other arms of government on how to spend their money that this House has appropriated. Nobody, no person under the sun can direct this House, the judiciary, the governors, how to spend monies that have been appropriated. In fact, it is only this House that has got that attitude to direct anybody else by way of appropriation. And therefore, I want you to find, Madam Speaker, that this circular is misguided, is contemptuous, is unconstitutional, is improper, is illegal, is ridiculous, and is totally out of place.
You have made your point.
And this House should expand. If at all this circular has found itself in the records of this House, it should be expanded. But more importantly, the author of this circular should be directed. Should be directed.
Do you want to be informed?
Let me inform here.
Honorable Junet, why are you not talking? Give him the mic. Give him the mic.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to inform my leader that I've also come across this circular in the streets of Nairobi here. And I have never seen a more defective circular that has come out of the executive than this one. Madam Speaker, we have 3 arms of government. And we have two governments in one government who are interdependent but distinct. We have devolved governments and we have national government. You cannot direct a governor elected by the people of the Republic of Kenya how to travel and who to carry and who not to carry. Governors cannot be managed from State House. That one is for a fact. The Constitution does not allow that. Parliament cannot be managed from the executive. The only person who can give directives in Parliament on how we shall travel or not travel, what to eat, not to eat, is the Speaker of the Republic of Kenya, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we allow this...
Honorable Junet, that's enough information for one day. Minority Leader, you've made your point.
I'm concluding. I'm just concluding.
You have 30 seconds. I'll give the Majority Leader.
And let me say this, that if this trend is not stopped, this country is going to turn to the dark jungle days. Madam Speaker, we have seen in the recent past, State House attempting to even manage agencies within ministries. We have seen State House actually sacking CEOs of agencies, like the Earth Water CEO. We have seen now my good friends who are here with us last Parliament, Honorable Moses Kuria, Honorable Alice Wahome, being demoted just anyhow.
Order.
On account of this kind of nonsense.
Order. Order. Minority Leader, you have made your point. Kindly restrict yourself to the memo. I'll give the Majority Leader. I will give the Majority Leader 2 minutes to comment on it, and then we'll make our way forward. Majority Leader, 2 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, the issue being raised by the Leader of Minority would seemingly be a very legitimate matter if the purported circular, as the Honorable Junet says, he has also seen it from the streets. I have not seen it in the streets. I have just had the privilege of the Honorable Pio and I sharing with me a bunch of papers that are not on a government letterhead, and therefore cannot ascertain whether this is indeed a circular from the government. Number two, Honorable Speaker, he says it is signed by the Honorable Felix Kosgei. Indeed, the circular seems, or rather this bunch of papers, have the name of Felix K. Kosgei without a signature. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I am constrained as to whether, to begin with, these are papers that are admissible in the House. And Honorable Speaker, if we are to comment then on issues that are not properly before the House, because if Felix Kosgei wants to effect anything in Parliament, he would do so only through a properly documented process in line with the laws. And it is true, the head of public service cannot direct Parliament. That is a fact. When I read this bunch of papers, because I can quickly peruse through and read, there is absolutely nothing touching on Parliament, absolutely nothing. It is talking about cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, delegations accompanying the president and the deputy president and the prime cabinet secretary. And it talks, on 5, it talks about governors of county governments. And it says, Honorable Speaker, because it's good to be factual, that delegations headed by governors of county government shall not exceed 3 persons, including the governor as the head of delegation 1+2, and shall remain guided by the tenets of circular number OP Cab 17A of 26th January 2015. 8 years ago, when myself and Honorable Pio are first-time members of Parliament, we do not have the benefits of sharing that particular circular of 2015 to know whether it came from the summit between governors and the executive. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would only request you to rule that first, this bunch of papers are inadmissible. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, the Leader of Minority, as much has been very animated in moving his... Honorable Speaker, protect me from the Honorable Mbui Nimrod, who is persuading me to use the word hot air. but I am trying not to use the word hot air. Honorable Speaker, and you could see, Honorable Speaker, when my good friend, the leader of minority, in his very animated gestures, has even veered off to now doing exactly what he's saying Felix Kosgei cannot do. That Felix Kosgei cannot direct the legislature. Equally, the leader of minority cannot be the one to direct the president of the Republic of Kenya on how to assign and reassign ministers he has appointed. Therefore, we must all, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If we do not want Felix Kosgei to direct parliament, and indeed he has not.
Majority Leader, you've made your point.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, allow me to say this in conclusion. Felix Kosgei has not directed parliament. Neither has he directed the judiciary. Neither has he directed governors.
Honorable Basil,
alluded to the
what is banning out of order?
Circular of 2015.
Hold on, Majority Leader.
Has not been tabled.
Hold
Allow
on.
me, Honorable Speaker, to just.
No, Honorable Basil is on his feet.
Yeah. If you can say on what standing order.
Standing order number 95. You need to make reference to it. What majority is holding was actually shared in the national TV, Madam Speaker.
You are totally out of order. Honorable Basil.
No.
Honorable Basil, maybe I need to update you, even if it was shared on TV, even if, no, I have heard him. Honorable Amboka, stop shouting, stop shouting. You know, Honorable Basil has said that what the majority leader is holding was shown on TV. Is still not admissible in this house. So kindly, majority leader, finish up. Finish up kindly.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. And I must thank you, Honorable Speaker, because we must make it customary, Honorable Speaker, in line with our own traditions and procedures, that when a member seeks to interrupt another on a point of order, they do what Honorable Chepkonga has always insisted, and thank you for protecting me from the Honorable Basil. Honorable Speaker, I was saying from this bunch of papers, therefore, we cannot ascertain whether the 2015 circular, as I said, because that's the point where I was at, as I concluded, was pursuant to an agreement in the summit between the county governors and the executive, Honorable Speaker. And I would have prayed that the leader of minority would have been kind enough to table that particular circular of 2015,
Honorable
because
members.
it does exist.
Members, you know, Honorable Junet, you've already prosecuted this matter. If this circular, order members, if this circular is to be formal and presented to this house, the route is clear. It is to the Speaker or to the Clerk of the National Assembly. So I would say we hold our horses. If it gets here, it will be dealt with accordingly. It will be dealt with accordingly. Kindly, Honorable Wamoshomba, continue with your statement. We have to make way forward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, the 5th of October, 2023, I seek to request for a statement regarding standardization and production of school uniforms in the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for the statement from the chairperson of the Committee on Implementation regarding the development of a policy on standardization and production of school uniforms in the country. Honorable Speaker, on the day of March 8, 2023, the House approved a motion on development of policy on standardization and production of school uniforms in the country. In the motion, the House noted that the cost of uniforms has continued to escalate, becoming prohibitively expensive for the majority of Kenyans, with some of the schools demanding that parents source uniform from the schools or from the specific suppliers. Notably, it is now close to 7 months, Madam Speaker, 7 months since the House made the resolution. However, there seems to be little or no effort being made by the government to address this matter. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Committee on Implementation on the status of the development of a policy on standardization and production of school uniforms in the country. I'm worried, Madam Speaker, we are just about to go out for holidays and children will be going back to school in January 2024. And if this issue is not going to be looked at, we are staring at a very serious crisis because the cost of living is very high. Thank you, Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
Gathoni, don't be tempted to add to your statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Chair, Committee of Implementation, are you in the House? The Vice Chair? The Honorable Wanjala Raphael. The Vice Chair? Majority Leader? Okay, sorry. Committee of Implementation is in the minority. So, Minority Leader?
Well, you know, I find myself in very unfamiliar territory of undertaking on behalf of people who are not in the House. You know, we have spoken about this issue before, Madam Speaker, that committee chairs, their vice chairpersons and committee must be in the House. Yeah, and members to be able to respond to issues such as the one coming from the Honorable Mshomba. So even though I will be undertaking on behalf of the chairperson of the committee, who is Honorable Raphael Wanjala, that the response will come in 2 weeks' time. I want this to go out clearly to all and sundry, and especially to those chairs who belong to my side of the coalition, that you must do your work, and you can't do your work by absenting yourself from the House when required.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. I know you have all the power to take the necessary actions. So we expect that response in 2 weeks' time. Before we go to the next statement, allow me to recognize students in the Speaker's Gallery. Number 1, Dhara Secondary School from Maragua constituency, Moranga County, and Cornerbrook Secondary School. I had called them out, but they had not come in, from Juja constituency, Kiambu County. On my own behalf and that of the House, we welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. Thank you. The next statement will be by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works. No? Where is the Vice Chair? Any member of the committee? This issue cuts across both sides of the House. Majority Whip, can you undertake to transmit this to the Chair? On record.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's quite unfortunate, and using the words of the Honorable Minority Leader, it's quite unfortunate that regardless of the meetings that we've held with the committee chairs and vice chairs, and committing them, of course, to make this House a priority, they still do not want to oblige. So I commit and undertake that I'll follow up the matter to its conclusion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Leader of the Majority, you have some statement.
Honorable Speaker, I have, while holding brief for the Honorable Majority Leader, I have several statements here to make, including the carer statement that members have been asking of. But I'll start with the usual statement by the Majority Leader this very day. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, the 3rd October 2023, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members will recall, this week the House received the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, and that is the Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, and the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, from the Senate for consideration by the House, and which was subsequently read a first time. These are parts of the legislative initiatives aimed at overhauling our health sector to ensure better services to the people. I urge the Departmental Committee on Health to expedite the public participation process for onward consideration by the House. With regards to business schedule for consideration next week, as members are aware, Tuesday, 10th October 2023 will be a public holiday marking Huduma Day. The House will therefore reconvene on Wednesday, 11th October 2023 in the morning. Here, Honorable Jematia, Honorable Speaker, asking me whether Tuesday is a public holiday, and I want to make it known to her that 10th October 2023 used to be Moi Day in the yesteryears. Now it is Huduma Day. And now, of course, now the House will not be sitting then or convening then. Honorable Speaker, the House is expected to consider individual members' business on 11th October 2023 during the morning sitting. I urge members to be present to prosecute the numerous members' motions that are scheduled in the sitting. During the afternoon sitting, Honorable Speaker, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages, some of which are listed in today's order paper. Number one, the Committee of the Whole House on the National Rating Bill 2022, if not concluded today. Number two, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Bill 2022. The National Construction Authority Bill 2022. The Kenya Drugs Authority Bill 2022. The Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, number 2, Bill of 2022. The National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2023. The Land Amendment Bill 2022. The Public Service Commission Amendment Bill 2023. The Assisted Reproductive Technology Amendment Bill 2023. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill 2022. The Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2023. The Conflict of Interest Bill 2023, and finally, the Insurance Amendment Bill of 2023. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, the debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in today's order paper, should they not be concluded today. The number one is a report on public petition regarding probable loss of investment in Seaton high-yield solutions platforms. Number two is consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the National Government Constituency Development Fund of 12 constituencies in Kakamega County. The report on consideration of the East African Community Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accidents and Incident Investigations. The report of the Kenya delegation to the 4th General Assembly of the East African Parliamentary Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition, that is held in Kigali, Rwanda. The report on the inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community region. The report on employment diversity audit in public institutions. Report on the loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023. Reports of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations. Report on the proceedings of the secondary ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament, and the report of on the proceedings of the 2023 United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A5 and 6, I wish to convey that the following cabinet secretaries are scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 11th October 2023, to respond to the questions as follows. Number one, the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, and I think this now will be reviewed, Honorable Speaker. It will be reviewed owing to the fact that there has been changes since yesterday, but the Cabinet Secretary for the Foreign and Diaspora Affairs is to appear and respond to the following questions. Number one, question number 241 of 2023 by the member for Chuka Igambangombe constituency, Honorable Patrick Monene, MP, regarding the assistance provided by Kenyan missions abroad to distressed Kenyan citizens in foreign countries. Number two is question number 301, 2023 by the Saboti Member of Parliament, Honorable Kalaba Misi, MP, regarding the disbursement of salaries to personnel seconded to Kenyan embassies abroad. Question number 3 is question number 302 of 2023 by the member for Keio South constituency, the Honorable Gideon Kimaiyo, MP, regarding the visa fees charged by the United States Embassy. And question number 303 by the nominated member, Honorable Sabina Shege, MP, regarding the compensation for victims of the 1998 U.S. Embassy bombing. Question number 373 by the member for Aldai constituency, the Honorable Marianne Kitani, MP, regarding the immigration and emigration within the country. Question number 374 of 2023 by the member for Nandi County, the Honorable Cynthia Muge, MP, regarding the English proficiency tests required for the Kenyan student pursuing academic opportunities abroad. And question number 375 of 2023 by the member for Muranga County, the Honorable Betty Njeri Maina, regarding the alleged unlawful confinement and mistreatment by Miss Njeri, Miss Mary Wanjiro Wainaina in Toronto, Canada. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary for Investments, Trade and Industry is to appear and respond to the following questions. And I think as a matter of knowledge, it's important for members to take judicial notice that the Secretary for Investment and Trade and Industry has since been redeployed, and of course now the new one will be answering questions in regard to question number 110 of 2023 by the member for Sirisia constituency, Honorable Waluke, regarding the impact of excise duty on manufacturers in the beverage industry. Question number 140 of 2023 by the member for Konoin constituency, Brighton Yegon, regarding the importation of fully finished foreign produced edible oils into the country. Question number 141 of 2023 by the member for Madare constituency, Honorable Anthony Oluoch, regarding the reinstatement of Mr. Ezekiel Owuor Otieno as the substantive CEO of the EPZ. Question number 142 by the member for Kabete constituency, Gedhua Wamashukuru, regarding the sale of Gashiko liquor, which is popularly sold in Kiambu County. Question number 232 of 2023 by the member for Manyata constituency, the Honorable Getonga Mukunji, regarding the interest rates charged by financial institutions for hire purchase payment to acquire motor vehicles and motorcycles. Question number 330 of 2023 by member for Mumias East, Honorable Peter Salasia, regarding foreign assignments undertaken by the Cabinet Secretary under the expenditure of the delegations. Question number 331, 2023, by the member for Keses constituency, the Honorable Julius Ruto, CPA, regarding key players in the second-hand clothing, that is Mitumba, and mixed assorted goods business across the country. Question number 428 of 2023, by the member for Machakos County, the Honorable Joyce Kamene, MP, regarding the promotion of domestic production of essential goods and the timelines for operationalization of the industrial parks. And question number 429 of 2023 by the member for Uasin Gishu County, Gladys Boss, regarding the inspection process for importation or the imported goods conducted by various government agencies. Honorable Speaker, members will note that the notice of question schedule for the response by CSS on Wednesday 11 have been published in today's order paper. And regardless of the changes that have happened in cabinet, we hope the members of the cabinet are following that they really must appear before this house to answer those questions in their new Ligarian. Honorable Speaker, finally, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 17th of October 2023 to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House, and I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable
You have another statement?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you will recall that the there have been concerns in regard to the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on education reform. And members raised those questions on the reforms that were recommended. With me here, Honorable Speaker, is the report by the CS for Education, the Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, It is too long for the afternoon read, and I will I think in summary, Honorable Speaker.
What you can do, Honorable Soro,
Yes.
because we know the gist of
Yes.
the questions raised by members, you can table it, but you can give the highlights in
Exactly.
terms of the 22% and 10%.
No, that is.
Oh, that's Kera.
This
The
is
next
education. I'll go to the final one of Kera.
Okay.
But on this one, Honorable Speaker, I'll not really wish
Give
to
a
read
summary,
because it's
give
it's
a
long.
summary,
But
then
I'll
table
say,
it.
But I'll say that the Cabinet Secretary and the Ministry has taken note on the concerns raised by the members, and the proposals as provided by this report is that there are proposals for possible legislations and amendments that will be brought to this House, of course, to specific education, to the specific committees for considerations, by the whole House. And the implementation of the proposed reforms will not take effect up until when the legislation process through this House will be complete. So I beg to table the report. Finally, Honorable Speaker, and I can see there is a...
What's out of order, Honorable Mboka?
There were some strangers, Madam Speaker. They were here, they just left when they saw me raising the point of order. I don't know who.
Order, Honorable Member. This place accommodates our clerks, especially when we are headed to Committee of the Whole.
They're supposed to be in uniform.
Yeah. They're supposed to be?
In uniform.
Honorable Mboka, I would assure you we have no strangers in the House. Honorable Soro, please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You can indulge Honorable Wamboka. The officers that are supposed to be in uniform are the sergeant at arms. They are donning their green attire. Now, Honorable Speaker, I beg to table that report on the education, but allow me to now make a statement on the Kera question that was raised here by honorable members. This is short and can be read. Honorable Speaker, I rise to give the following statement pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2B regarding the resolution of the House on the proposed reduction of the projected ceilings for the Kenya Rural Roads Authority for the financial year 2024, 2025, and 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, you may recall that on Thursday, 28th September 2023, the House considered and passed a resolution on projected ceilings for the Kenya Rural Roads Authority for the financial year 2024-2025 and 2025-2026. In the resolution, the House resolved that the ceilings for roads maintenance levy fund under the Kenya Rural Roads Authority for the financial year 2024-2025 and 2025-2026 be maintained as per the formula setting our percentages in section 6 of the Kenya Rural Roads, Kenya Roads Board Act 1999 as follows. 1, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, 32%, and that is 22% for the constituency roads and 10% for the critical link roads. 2, the Kenyan Urban Roads Authority, KURA, is to get 15%. 3, Kenya National Highway Authority, 40%. 4, the Kenya Wildlife Service, 1%. 5, Emergency Interventions or the CS amount, that is 10%. And the Kenya Roads Board, KRB Administration, 2%. Honorable Speaker, the House further directed that the Director General, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, vacates in writing the memo, reference number, KERA 0502, Volume 2, 185, dated 16th August 2023, addressed to regional directors of the authority and report the vacation to the House within 7 days from 28th of September 2023. Honorable Speaker, the ministry has since reverted the matter via letter dated 2nd of October 2023, and the ministry states as follows: that the Kenya Roads Board has revised the annual funding ceilings for all roads agencies for the financial year 2024-2025 and 2025-2026 as per the formula setting out percentages in Section 6 of the Kenya Roads Board Act 1999. The projected funding ceiling for the Kenya Rural Roads Authority for the financial year 2024-2025 and 2025-2026 have been revised upwards in accordance with the law and communicated to the authority via the KRB's letter, reference KRB, volume XA 42, dated 27th September 2023, that the Director General, KERA, is expected to communicate the revised annual ceilings per constituency for financial years 2024-2025 and 2025-2026, amounting to 69 million and 72 million, no, 69 million 60,575 and 40 cents and 72 million 60,895.03 respectively to regional directors of the authority with immediate effect. The board has at August 2023 disbursed to all road authorities 25% of the annual ceilings of the roads maintenance levy fund for the financial year 2023-2024. The board has also disbursed the sum 11 billion 627 million 536,327, amounting to 50% of the KERA's annual budget. Honorable Speaker, I wish to reiterate the resolve of the House that all the actions by the state agencies must, without fail, be within the law. So, Honorable Speaker, the onus of this communication is that the concerns that were raised by the honorable members in regard to the 22%, the reduction or the purported reduction of the 22% has since been revised. And in any case, it has actually been revised upwards. And this communication also states that the amounts to KERA or to the roads agencies, part of the amount to the roads agencies have been sent to those very particular agencies, and that is 25% of that amount. And the total now being, of course, because 25% has gone to the annual ceilings of the roads maintenance, and the other agencies have also received a further 25%, making a total of 50% to the KERA's annual budget. So clearly, the members need not to worry about KERA roads. In any case, they should actually celebrate the revision that has actually taken it upwards. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and that is the statement for this Thursday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Chair, Transport Committee. You want to comment on it?
I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the statement by the Leader of Majority. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the honorable members of this House for supporting the committee's report on reduction of KERA ceilings, and assure members that the committee that I head will ensure that resources meant for our roads are safeguarded. Honorable Speaker, I know there are some members who are asking, what about 23-24 financial year? The proposal to reduce the ceiling had not affected the 23-24. So the 23-24 ceiling still remains. Honorable Speaker, in the letter, the statement the leader has read, the PS for infrastructure roads has indicated that 50% has already been sent to KERA. And Honorable Speaker, with that, I think it's about 11 billion, which will be transmitted to our regions in the coming days. Honorable Speaker, I know the honorable leader has indicated that in the 24-25 financial year, 25-26, the ceilings will go up, or the allocation will go up to about 69.060 million per constituency, and the following year will go up to 72 million per constituency. Honorable Speaker, I would like to bring to the attention of members that these particular allocations are projected. They are not actual, and so they can slightly go up or down. I think that it's important for members to know that. Thank you, honorable members, for supporting that report. I know we were all anxious, and we did not want, we were assertive enough to not allow the other agencies to interfere with the allocation for our constituent. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we have put that matter to rest. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Nominees to the 3 national government constituencies development fund committees.
The Chairperson Select Committee on the NGCDF.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund in 3 constituencies committees laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 4th of October 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(1) and 43(2) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 3 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. 1, Balambala constituency, Abdi Shale Bule, nominee of the constituency office, appointments pursuant to Section 43(2)(e). Gatanga constituency, Dominic Kinyanzui Nzau, male adult representative, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2)(b). David Maora Kinyanjui, representative of persons with disabilities, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2)(d). Nyeri Town constituency, Jane Ngunyu Mwangi, female adult representative, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2)(b). Madam Speaker, I beg to move. I beg to move. Madam Speaker, these members is as a result of members who have resigned from the various constituency committees, and their replacements are in order, Madam Speaker. And I would ask the House that they do approve the names as they are necessary to make the quorum in their various committees. Madam Speaker, I beg to move. I ask Honorable Chepkonga to second this motion.
Madam Speaker, I stand to second, but some members here are telling me to put standing order 95, surely when seconding. You know, this tells you that we have a problem in this House. You know, members have refused to learn the standing orders. You know, standing order 83 is very clear. These are our own standing orders which we passed, Madam Speaker. And it behoves every member, whenever they stand, to quote the standing order in which they are rising on. In fact, I'm very surprised with the leader of minority, who is a third termer. And he shouts and says, point of order, Madam Speaker, in a very menacing manner, thinking that that is a point of order. That is not a point of order. A point of order is that you must quote the standing order you are standing on. So, Madam Speaker, you know, there is no point for us as members of parliament to approve the standing orders, and then we are in breach. I suggest when we amend the standing orders in future, we must provide for a penalty for misbehavior. The problem is that these standing orders don't provide for a penalty, so it becomes a deterrence to people from misbehaving. I second.
We
Madam
have standing order 107 all the way for any disorderly conduct. So do you second? Okay. Therefore, honorable members, I propose that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund on 3 constituency committees laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, October 4th, 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(1) and 43(2) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015, the House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 3 constituencies, committees of the NGCDF. Number 1, Balabala constituency, Abdi Shale Bule, nominee of the constituency, male, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2). Number 2, Katanga constituency, Dominic Kinyanzui Nzau, male adult rep, appointed pursuant to Section 43(2)(b), and David Mwaura Kinyanjui, representatives of persons with disabilities, appointment pursuant to 43(2)(d). Nyeri constituency, Jane Gunyumwangi, female adult representative, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2)(b). I put the question. I therefore put the question. Therefore, I put the question that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund on 3 constituencies, committees laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 4th, 2023, October 4th, 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of 43(1), Section 43(1) and Section 43(2) of the NGCDF Act 2015, approve the list of nominees for appointment to the following 3 constituency committees to the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Number 1, Balabala constituency, Abdishale Bule, nominee, office male, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2). Number 2, Gatanga constituency, Dominic Kinyanzui Nzau, male adult representative, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2)(b), and number 2, David Mwaura Kinyanjui, representatives of the persons with disabilities, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2)(d). Number 3, Nyeri Town constituency, Jane Gunyu Mwangi, female adult representative, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2)(b). As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, please take your seats. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, you are in the committee of the whole house. We are starting the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022.
Clause 3.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 3 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the Honorable Wilberforce Ondo. Honorable Wilberforce, you may proceed with your amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Just for record purpose, allow me, Chair, to drop my amendment under A. I wish, after consulting the legal team, I drove the amendment under A, but then I would wish to prosecute B. That is, as indicated in the order paper, and the import is the power or the authority to assess rates and impose taxes on land and property is vested in the National Land Commission as the provision of Article 67(2)(g) of the Constitution of Kenya. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. I put the question?
Yes.
Honorable members, I put the question that clause B be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as are of that opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it.
How? But that's what the Constitution says. That's what the Constitution says.
So, honorable members, I propose that clause Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 4 be part of the bill. There is no amendment, so honorable members, I now put the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 5 be part of the bill. Honorable members, we have an amendment by the Honorable Wilberforce Ondo. And also another amendment proposed by the majority party. So I start with the one by the Honorable Ondo. Proceed.
Honorable Chair, basically the idea is to refresh it so that what I'm saying in my amendment allow me to only retain 5(1) and drop 2 to 5. And the intention is just to restate, to have this act have a national application. That's all that we are saying for rateable properties. And just for purposes of guiding debate, the amendments on clause 27 will elaborate what constitutes rateable properties. That's the neater way of doing the things.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Ondo. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Ondo. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, we have another amendment by the leader of Majority Party. Proceed, Honorable Chepkonga.
On behalf of the majority leader, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I wish to move that clause 5 of the bill be amended in an amended form by inserting the words except freehold agricultural land immediately after the word government. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now propose that the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chepkonga. The Honorable Nikal.
Chair, could we be explained to the import of that amendment?
Honorable Chepkonga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is just to make it very clear what the clause is referring to, because we are making an exception to that. It will be an exception to the freehold agricultural land. That is the exception that we are making to that particular clause. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chepkonga. I do not see any other interest in this, so I therefore propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chepkonga. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chepkonga. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So, honorable members, I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 6 and 7.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 5 and 6. Honorable members, I take that again. Honorable members, I propose that clause 6 and 7 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 6 and 7 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by the majority party, leader of the majority party, and also by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo. I start with the one by the majority party. Honorable Chepkonga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wish to move that clause 8 of the bill be amended in subclause 1 by deleting the words whether freehold or appearing in paragraph A immediately after the word olds. This is as a consequence of the amendment in clause 5, which we have approved, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I put the question that clause Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chepkonga. Interest by the Honorable Nikal?
Yes, I do. Chair, it's good that we really understand these things. What has been explained by the mover is not quite the same as what we are seeing on the order paper, because the order paper is indicating deleting the words, and there is an intention in confer ownership appearing in the whole after the word 21. And that's not the explanation that the mover gave.
Honorable members, I now put the question.
But that's clause 8.
It's clause 8, Honorable Dr.
Yeah,
Nikal.
I'm actually on clause 8, that clause 8 will be amended, and this is actually under, okay, let's see. Yeah, it's okay, it's important.
Honorable Dr. Nikal,
Yeah,
I think
I've
you are
got it.
referring to the
Yes.
Honorable
Oundos.
Oundos.
Correct.
So at the moment, we are dealing with the one that has been proposed by the Honorable Chepkonga.
Correct.
So, honorable members, I put the question that Clause 8 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chepkonga. I put the question that Clause 8 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chepkonga. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I would like now to give an opportunity to the Honorable Oundo. You may proceed with your amendment.
Chair, allow me to explain to my colleagues so that they understand. And I'm sure Honorable Murugara would easily understand, because this is pure a matter, first of all, of law, and a matter of law, and a matter of practice. Honorable Chair, in the Sectional Properties Act, listen, yeah, let me move on my amendment as contained in the order paper. As contained in the order paper. In A, I want us to listen carefully. In A, if you look at the Principal Act, if you look in the Principal Act, under A, it reads, in relation to a property, in land, to a person who holds whether freehold or leasehold, where the expired residue of the term is not less than 21 years, and there is an intention to confer ownership. Honorable Chair, what I'm saying, we delete the reference to 21, there is an intention to confer ownership, so that even those leaseholds, long-term leaseholds, issued by county governments, issued by the municipal authorities, those who own those properties are rateable owners. So the local authorities, the county governments, do not lose rateable revenue by virtue that there was no intention to confer ownership. Because generally, if you issue a lease of 21 years, you are basically like an uninterrupted occupation. That's what I'm requesting, that we look at it and consider removing the word is an intention to confer ownership, which is just superfluous, does not really add anything. In the second part, number 2, when you look at F, and let me again, allow me, Chair, to basically just also enlighten my colleagues. Under the Sectional Properties Act that we passed in the year 2020, it creates three distinct owners of properties under any scheme under Sectional Properties Act. One, it creates the unit owner who is registered in their name. Then all the common areas, be it areas reserved for schools, be it areas reserved for churches, be it areas reserved for shopping centers, be it areas reserved for playing field, be it the area reserved for restaurants, or whatever, is registered in the name of the corporation. So excluding the corporation, Honorable Chair and colleagues, we are denying the county an immense amount of revenue. In many places, if you look at the site coverage, you would find that we are talking about 30%, 50%. So the remaining 50% is under the corporation. So if we deny the members, then we're literally hurting income generated to these people. And the third amendment, Honorable Chair, under B, is the issue of community land management committee. If you also look at the Community Land Act, and that's why, Honorable Chair, Speaker, Chair, and my colleagues, let's legislate. We are not in a political contest. Let us legislate. No,
Okay,
I'm just
I think
requesting
you
Dr.
have made
Pukose.
your point, Honorable Oundo. Thank you very much.
Chair, allow me just to mention on the issue of the community land. When you look at the Community Land Act, it creates three also ownership styles. It says the Community Land Committee will give land to any of the members to develop a commercial services. That cannot go without being rated, imposed rating. That's all that I'm saying. There's nothing new, nothing complicated here. It's a very simple matter.
You have made your point. I'll give one more opportunity. The Honorable Soro?
Honorable Chair, I've gone through the amendments by Honorable Undo and what he proposes, and I wanted to convince him that whatever you propose is actually answered in the very...
Honorable Osoro, please take your seat, first of all, so that I can propose the question. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Hondo. Honorable Soro, you may proceed now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Hondo seeks to include the corporation under Section 8F, where he says that in relation to section of properties, a holder of a section of property under the Section of Properties Act 2020, then he wants to include the word corporation because to him he believes that that very space outside there is left hanging without, it's not rateable per se. But Honorable Undo, that very question is answered under H, that a beneficial owner who is receiving profits and rent from rateable property.
Thank you.
I mean, this person also receives. The corporation is in charge of the entire section of property, per se. So they are beneficial within that very periphery, within the area of the section of properties, and they receive such. You do not need to make a repetition and include the word corporation. You don't need to.
Thank you. You have explained. On the last one on this, the last one, make it a minute, please.
You know, this is actually an extremely part of what is happening in the country that was not happening before. Before, if you owned, it was flats and it was owned by flats. Now you can actually have flats bought. And in some flats, then there are spaces that are left. And the corporation is actually the ownership of this place. Now, if it has to be really clear, and that's why I think, even if Honorable Undo's amendment sounds repetitive, it makes sense that that part that is not owned by the various individuals so also should be liable to some taxation. And I think in a new situation where we are now, and this is where we are doing affordable houses, the majority of them are going to be flats.
Thank you, Honorable Dr.
So I think we do not lose anything if we incorporate Honorable Undo's amendments. I support, Chair.
Okay, honorable members, I now put the question that clause 8 of the bill be amended as proposed by the Honorable Ondo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 9, 10, and 11.
Honorable members, I propose that clauses 9, 10, and 11 be part of the bill. I now put the question, honorable members, that clause 9, 10, and 11 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Clause 12. Honorable members, I propose that clause 12 be part of the bill. And we have some amendments on this one. We have one from the chairperson of the Committee of Lands, the Honorable Nyamoko. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that clause 12 of the bill be amended by deleting subsection 3 and substituting the following new subsection. The Cabinet Secretary may, in consultation with the National Land Commission, prescribe guidelines on the royalties to be paid on natural resources, forestry, land, and products obtained from the natural resources and forestry land for purpose of rating.
Madam Speaker, what we are trying to do here is just to tidy up the main clause as it appears in the Principal Act. So that's what we have only done, just paraphrasing it, just to have clarity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyamuko. Honorable members, I propose that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Nyamuko. I put the question. I now put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the chair. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We have another amendment, honorable members, by the Honorable Oundo. You may proceed.
Chair, recognizing, as provided for in the Constitution, that rating is a mandate of the county government. Recognizing that it's a mandate of the county government, all that I'm proposing is just to tidy it up. And I'm saying, because under 4 it says, the bill says the secretary may make regulations, cabinet said, for effective implementation of this section. All that I'm saying is that the cabinet secretary shall, in consultation with the National Land Commission and the Council of Governors, make regulations for effective implementation of this section. In view of the discussion I had with the legal team, I drop B. But I request number A, the one about cabinet secretary in consulting the National Land Commission and the Council of Governors, be carried because we are just relating to what the Constitution states. Thank you.
So I understand that you have only dropped part of it, right? So in that case, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 12 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. I put the question that clause 12 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Now I put the question that clause 12 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Clause 13 has no amendments, so I propose that clause 13 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Honorable members, clause 14 as amendment by the Honorable Oundo. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Honorable Oundo.
Honorable Chair, I propose the section 14, clause 14 be amended as contained in the order paper. And the import of the amendment, Honorable Chair, is that to avoid this cumbersome process of setting the struck rate every year, so that we are saying the struck rate should only be set once and reviewed within the period of the currency of the valuation roll for purpose of planning, order, and organization. And secondly, we are saying that in setting the rate struck rate, the county committee shall ensure there is adequate public participation. That's all that my amendments clause 14 is talking about.
Thank you, Honorable Oundo. Thank you, Honorable Oundo. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. I put the question. I now put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, I propose that clause 14 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clauses 15 and 16.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 15 and 16 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 15 and 16 be part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 17 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the Departmental Committee on Lands. Honorable Nyamoko, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that clause 17 be amended as contained in the order paper. And the reason is that we only drafted to provide clarity and just fine-tuning the clause.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, I propose that clause 18 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Nyamoko. Honorable members, I propose that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Nyamoko. I now put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by Honorable Nyamoko. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 17 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 18 be part of the bill. And we have an amendment by the Chairman, Departmental Committee on Lands. Chairperson of Lands Committee, proceed.
I move that clause 18 be amended as contained in the order paper. And Madam Chair, the only work we did was just to redraft in a way of cleaning it up.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 18 be amended as proposed by the Chair Lands. Yes, Honorable Dr. Pukose. Use the next.
Chair, I stand to support this amendment because we've seen county governments giving waivers and discounts. And this is actually coming very clearly if each county government can rate, because you see that the value of land within the various counties are not the same. It varies from one area to another. Therefore, the counties can just legislate and give their discounts based on their areas where they are. So I think this is a good amendment. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Nikal.
I know we actually are, it's going to pass as it is, but some of us are not staying here to make change or to oppose anything, but to actually understand what tomorrow each and every one of us walking in the street will be asked. You passed that law. Did you know what it was saying? Therefore, I think we have a right to actually get that translation. In fact, what Honorable Pukose says makes more sense. But to say where you are actually making a whole change and putting a whole list, you cannot say we are redrafting to make it. It is important to tell us we are doing this for this purpose, this purpose, this purpose. It's important because it will, like me, I feel like supporting this, but we need to know. Thank you, Chair.
I would like honorable members to proceed. I would like to propose the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by the chair. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 18 be amended, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. We have an amendment here by the Honorable Wilberforce Ondo. You may proceed.
Honorable Chair, I propose clause 19 is amended as contained in the order paper. And Chair and honorable members, and that I propose the amendment on clause 3D that deals with auctioning of properties for a rateable owner who has defaulted to pay the rates. All I'm doing is to make it very clear that when you auction the property, you must auction it at a certain threshold, and that threshold is contained under Section 96 and 97 of the Land Act, but the Section 96 and 97 of the Land Act only relate to cases where a borrower has defaulted. And since they have set the standard, I thought, and I want to convince my colleagues, and I want to convince Chair, that this is a neater way to do it. It's a neater way to do it, that if you subject it to auction, let the reserve price be the one contemplated in the Land Act. That's how the neater way to do it.
Thank you, Honorable Ondo. I first of all want to propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Ondo. The Honorable Chepkonga?
You know, Chair, what Honorable Ondo is saying is self-defeatist, because this assumes that a ratepayer like myself, you subject me to Section 96 and 97 to be equal with a person who has borrowed money in a bank. I have not borrowed money, I have just defaulted. So you cannot say that I must, the conditions of a loan defaulter is equivalent to that of a rate defaulter. That is not true, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
That in law itself is even inconsistent.
Thank you very much. I'll give you 1 minute.
Chair, I think Mheshimiwa Chepkonga has not read the Land Act. You know, Section 96 and 97 says the reserve price for which you can sell a property when you auction. If you leave it open, people will convive with the others and sell at auction at a throwaway price. I'm just safeguarding the rate owner, the property owner.
Thank you. You've made
Chair,
your
surely.
point. You've made your point. The Honorable Atandi.
Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, we are here not as members of opposition, but we are here to make these laws comfortable for all Kenyans. I want to plead with the leadership of the government side that the amendment which Honorable Undo is proposing is very important. I want to give an example. One of my pieces of land was auctioned in Siaya because I had not paid the rates. And it was done at a throwaway price and somebody took it. I think one of my opponents wanted that piece of land. So if that reserve price is in law, I would have saved it, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to plead with members of the government. Mr. Osoro, I know you are the commander-in-chief here. Please.
Thank you, Honorable
allow
Atandi.
this amendment
Thank
to
you,
pass.
Honorable Atandi. The Honorable Benjamin Langat will be the last on this one.
Chair, I wanted to contribute on the earlier ones.
On the other one, Honorable Nikal, 1 minute.
Yes, I can. I have. Chair, let me
Honorable
just.
Soro, please
Chair,
proceed.
let me just say this.
I'd already given the Honorable Dr. Nikal 1
Yeah,
minute.
Chair, 2 pieces of land are being auctioned. One is because somebody borrowed money. And of course now you are tying it to the loan or to whatever is borrowed. You are therefore putting a reserve price. What you are really protecting there is to a large extent the bank, isn't it? Now the other side is somebody, a citizen, who has not borrowed and has actually just defaulted in rates. His land or her land is being auctioned. Are we really saying, colleagues, that that person does not need to be protected by a reserve price?
The Honorable Osoro.
Even if that money is going to the government.
Thank you. You have made your point. You've made your point.
Honorable Chair.
The last one by the Honorable Osoro.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I do not know what what clarity Honorable Undo wants to get in this very particular proposal, because Honorable Chair, what the act or what the bill proposes is that you have been given 60 days demand. I mean, I do not even understand how favorable this whole thing can be. You still fail to honor or rather pay the rates. Then you've been told that the auction of the rateable property, it will be sold at the current market value. It is in English, Honorable Chair, current market value. In other words, if you feel that somebody has undervalued your property, then there are other court procedures that you can follow to recover your amounts. But it is the current market value. You can't sell. Honorable Chair, just a minute. You can't sell my house that is worth 40 million at 20 million because my opponent has told you to sell so. The value is 40 million. It is, really. So it is the current market value. And
you have made your point. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Honorable members, I would like to ask you to be keen. We are on clause number 19 as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
Clause 20 has no amendment. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 21 be part of the bill. Honorable members, these are some amendments, one by the Honorable Chairperson of Lands Committee. Proceed. Honorable Nyamoko.
Madam Chair, I move that clause 21 of the bill be amended as contained in the order paper. Actually, this, just to satisfy Dr. Nyikal, this particular clause talks about the qualifications of valuers. So in the principal bill, there were some issues which were a bit ambiguous. So that's what we cleaned up, and it contains the actual substance.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed by the Chair Lands Committee. I would like now to proceed to put the question. Your Honorable Nikal, 1 minute.
Yes, I want support. When a good thing is done, we also support it. I rise to support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nikal.
Now it's clear what is being done.
So we can now proceed, honorable members, in the interest of time. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed by the Chair Lands Committee. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We have another amendment, honorable members, by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo. Proceed.
I think in view of the amendment passed by the committee, there's no need to make amendment. My amendments are not necessary on clause 21. They're not necessary now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Oundo. Honorable members, in that case, I now put the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed by the Chair Lands Committee. Will as many honorable members, I put the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
Honorable members, I put the question. I would like to propose the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. And we have an amendment by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that clause 22 is amended as contained in the order paper. And purposely, Honorable Chair, and I need also my colleagues to listen, and the Chair to listen, in the registration of valuers, we have no provision for registration either private valuer or a public valuer. There's no provision for that. And that's why I'm saying, for neatness, instead of referring to a private valuer, we say a valuer who is not a public officer. No, you see.
Thank you, Honorable Oundo. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 23 be part of the bill. Honorable members, clause 23 has an amendment by the Honorable Oundo. Please proceed.
Chair, just as we were doing during the sugar bill, can you give us 2 minutes? We just consult, just under the
Yes, I
sugar
will.
bill.
I first of all, the Honorable Chepkonga, you have a point of order. What is out of order, Honorable Chepkonga?
My point of order is this, Madam Speaker. You know the committee conducted public participation pursuant to Article 118 of the Constitution. My very good friend, the Honorable Oundo, although he has a right to bring amendments here, but for purposes of good record, he should have gone to Honorable Nyamoko's committee and presented those, because he's just a friend, he's a friend of the committee. If he is able to convince the committee so that we can have a seamless act. Otherwise, we will have things that are patched here that are not consistent with the act itself. So it is important that when we have amendments, we consult the chairs of the committees. Like, for instance, I have an amendment to the Statutory Instruments Act. It would be in bad faith to bring an amendment when the committee has exhaustively discussed and agreed on the amendment. So, you know, it is only fair.
Honorable Oundo, I think we have given you 2 minutes over, or I add you 1 more minute to consult. Honorable Wilberforce, please make a decision on clause number 23. Proceed.
Chair, the valuation for rating is what we call statutory valuation. Is a procedural, is a professional practice. So my clause 23 is basically to put it very clear, the procedures, how it goes up to the end, and who sets the practice notes. How is it regulated? That's all I'm saying. There is nothing that probably infringes on anybody's rights or anybody else. We am simply saying the valuation shall be prepared in accordance, even defining the property, the location,
Thank you.
in accordance of
Would
the
you
Land
like to move
Registration
your
Act.
amendment as per
I
the order
move my
paper?
amendment as contained in the order paper.
Thank you very much, Honorable Oundo. I propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. I put the question Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. And on that clause 24, we have an amendment by the Chairperson, Lands Committee. Proceed, Honorable Nyamoko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that clause 24 be amended as contained in the order paper. And the purpose for this amendment is just to, again, reconfigure and paraphrase the actual act to provide clarity.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair Lands. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the Chairman Lands. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 24 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
Clause 25. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. And this one has some amendments by the departmental chairperson of Lands Committee and also by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo. I will start with the one by the chairperson of Lands Committee. You may proceed, Honorable Nyamoko.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I move that clause 25 be amended as contained in the order paper. And Madam Chair, it's just only one word which had capital letters instead of having small letters. That's what we redrafted and cleaned. So there's no change in the substance of that particular clause.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. I now put the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I would like to give an opportunity now to the Honorable Oundo to make a further amendment. Honorable Oundo.
Chair, my amendment is largely addressed by the committee's amendments, so I drop my amendments to clause 25. It's largely addressed.
Honorable members, thank you, Honorable Oundo. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? As many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
Honorable members, I put the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Honorable members, this as an amendment by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo. Proceed.
Chair, it is truly unfortunate that looking at it, but I want this to be very clear, and I request the chair. I know you told me you didn't have a chance to look at this, but to be honest, I can tell you for sure, if you look at clause 27 in the bill, it's very narrow. It basically only makes areas within a county government shall be rateable area for purpose of this act. My amendment, Honorable Chair and members, expands the definition and actually creates very clear procedure on determining what's rateable owner and giving chance for any way that the county government, through public participation, can actually change. If you look at it, Honorable Speaker, rating is a very emotive and very clear manner. I'm making reference to Urban Areas and Cities Act. I'm making reference to all other processes that we have done in the practice in the past. So I beseech you, colleagues, on this, I beseech you, minority leader, minority whip, look, even if you ask, I'm sure the chair will have not a problem.
Will you now move your amendment?
Giving at, yes, I move my amendments as contained in the order paper.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Ondo. I would like to, may I proceed to put the question?
Chair,
the Honorable Osoro?
Just a minute. So for clarity purposes, it's important for members to know that clause 27 says all areas within a county government shall be rateable area for purposes of this act. What is debatable on this? Earlier, when Honorable Ondo proposed a certain amendment, I think on some section 3 or something, he raised questions in regard to spaces within sectional properties. Now, you have the answer in clause 27. You do not need again, to do further amendments. And you've even stated yourself that you've gone through the urban acts and everything that involves matters to do with urban areas. Please, just drop them, or we just...
Thank you, Honorable Osoro. Honorable members, I would like to propose... I would like to put the question. Well, let me hear him.
Yeah, Chair.
The Honorable Ondo.
Leaving the way it is, and I want to tell the general public, leaving the way it is, the only instance that is excluded are those amendments by the majority that has been carried. Freehold agricultural land. So if you own, if in your village is leasehold title for a certain number of years, it means, even if it's agricultural, then if we don't carry this amendment, it will be rated. It means even the smallest guy in the smallest village, they will be imposing taxes on land. That's the import what Honorable Osoro is saying, and that's what the import that we are carrying here.
Thank you, Honorable Ondo. The last one will be the Honorable Chepkonga.
You know, Madam Chair, I don't know why he's belaboring this point. First and foremost, his proposed amendment is defective. He says the county executive member shall. Which county executive? We have CECs in charge of finance, in charge of lands, in charge of many things. Which CEC is this one?
You've made your point very well, Honorable. The Honorable Nikal, 1 minute.
Chair, no, Honorable Chepkonga knows very well where to get these definitions. He's just pulling your leg. He knows where. But I'll just say that I see what Honorable Ondo is saying, because recently in my constituency was a big issue when the county government started rating, and they went to markets, and they were even going to people's villages when you are building in your own chamber, and actually asking about rates. So I hear him. But now what I may say, if this is somewhere else, like you look at the details, may actually come under regulations. So Honorable Chepkonga and all the other experts there, if this comes under regulations, it may actually help, because Honorable Ondo has a point, but it could well be taken if it were to go under regulations. So
Thank
if the
you,
regulations
Honorable Dr.
there,
Nikal.
then that may be a saving grace.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Nikal. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Ondo. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Now, honorable members, I put the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 28 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 29 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by the Honorable Wilberforce Ondo. Proceed.
Chair, I move that clause 29 be amended as contained in the order paper, and here I'm just increasing the period of subsistence or period of the evaluation role from 5 years to 7 years, considering the cost of preparing evaluation role, considering the process involved. That's why I'm just seeking the committee to agree, instead of 5, we move to 7 years. Because it is costly, it's cumbersome, I've done it.
Thank
It's costly,
you,
it's cumbersome to avoid encompassing the county government.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ondo. You have given the justification for your amendment. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Ondo. Honorable Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Chance.
Honorable Chair, that fear by Honorable Ondo has also been answered by the very bill under Section 2, 29.2, that the county government may extend the life of the evaluation role and supplementary role for a period not exceeding 2 years. So that fear has been answered. The county assembly can extend the 2 years.
Thank you, Honorable Ondo. Thank you, Honorable Osoro. Honorable members, I now propose to put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Ondo. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Honorable members, I now propose that clause 29 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 30 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by the Honorable Wilberforce Ondo. Please proceed.
Chair, again, it's just a follow-up to clause amendments I had made in clause 20, in clause 25. In view that it was not carried in clause 25, there's no need to prosecute amendments on clause 30 because it was a consequential of 25. Even though it contains fairly very good proposals, we reject. Time will tell, you know, at least I'll go on record that I told the nation the correct thing. We didn't carry it. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Ondo. It's already dropped? Okay.
In view of the loss of amendment clause 25, there's no need of carrying clause 30.
Yes, that is clear. So now I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. I now propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 31 be part of the bill, and we have an amendment by the Chair, Lands Committee. Please proceed, Honorable Nyamoko.
I move that clause 31 be amended as contained in the order paper. And Madam Chair, again, what we have done is redrafting of that particular clause and cleaning it up without changing the substance of the principal clause. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the Chairperson, Lands Committee. I proceed to put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 32 be part of the bill. And here we have two amendments, one by the chairperson of Lands Committee and one by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo. We start with the one by the chairperson Lands Committee. You may proceed, Honorable Nyamoko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that clause 32 be amended as contained in the order paper. Again, this is just redrafting, fine-tuning, and cleaning the clause. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I now propose the question that clause 32 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair Lands. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chair Lands. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 32, before we put the question, we have an amendment by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo. Please proceed.
Chair, I just wanted to go on record. And fine, let me move, then I give an explanation. Then I propose amendment clause 32 as proposed in the order paper. And that, Honorable Chair, is basically to change reference to Chief Government Valuer to National Land Commission. And I say so, Honorable Speaker, Chair, that in the Constitution of Kenya, Article 67, 2F, 2G, the power, the mandate to assess tax on land and premiums on immovable properties in any area designated by law is a constitutional responsibility of the National Land Commission. It's a matter that's not even debatable.
You have made your point, Honorable
otherwise,
Oundo.
it's a matter that obviously any competent court will overturn. So I'm just urging the chair, let's just stick to the Constitution. Let us not be a house that broke the Constitution of Kenya. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I now propose that clause 32 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 32 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 32 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 33, 34, and 35.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 33, 34, and 35 be amended. Honorable members, I take that again. I propose that clause 33, 34, and 35 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 33, 34, and 35 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 36 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the Honorable Oundo. Please proceed.
Again, in view, Honorable Chair, since we have not carried clause 32, my amendment, but I just need to put it on record so that I want to go on record. Again, if you read clause article, the respective article I've referred to, the mandate, that mandate is squarely donated to the National Land Commission, not to the Cabinet Secretary. So that's why we are saying, where there's an expression of Cabinet Secretary, we substitute, therefore, with the expression National Land Commission.
So, Honorable Oundo, have you withdrawn?
No. I propose that clause 36 be amended as contained in the order paper, and this specifically to comply with the provisions of Article 67 of the Constitution of Kenya. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I now propose that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. I will proceed to put the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as have that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55.
Honorable members, I propose that clauses 37 to 55 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 37 to 55 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 56.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 56 be part of the bill. We have an amendment by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo. Please proceed.
Again, Chair, I propose that clause 56 is amended as contained in the order paper, and this is to put it in the perspective that the power, the authority in this respect for this subject matter is, as per the Constitution of Kenya, Article 67, a preserve or a mandate of the National Land Commission, and that's why we are saying whenever there's a reference to Cabinet Secretary, we replace the National Land Commission. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 56 of the bill be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. I now proceed to put the question that clause 56 of the bill be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Honorable members, order. I would like to hear your voices. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, I propose that clause 56 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 57 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 57 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Honorable members, I propose that the first schedule be the schedule of the bill. Be there be no amendment, I put the question that the first schedule be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Honorable members, I propose that the second schedule be the second schedule of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Honorable members, I propose that the third schedule be the third schedule of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion? There be no amendment on that schedule, honorable members. I now put the question that the third schedule be the third schedule of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
Honorable members, I propose that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule of the bill. I now put the question that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 2 be part of the bill, and we have some amendments on clause 2 by the chairperson of Lands Committee. Please proceed, Honorable Nyamoko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that clause 2 be amended as contained in the order paper. A, the term improved sites, the term is defined, but it's not used in the main bill. Number B, by deleting the definition improvement value, the term is defined, but it's not used in the bill. Then number C, by deleting the definition of exclusion, the term is defined, but it's not used in the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, I propose that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson Lance. I proceed to put the question. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now we proceed to the amendment by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo. Please proceed.
Chair, just in the same vein as the chair of the committee has indicated, there are a few of amendments I proposed, which I want to drop most of them, saved for two. The one reference to property and the one on D. So, Chair, allow me, on the reference to property, so I move the amendments to clause 2 as required and clause on the other paper. In the bill, there is extensive reference to the term property. There's extensive reference to the term property, yet property is not defined.
Oh,
and that's
just
why
for
the definitions.
clarity, Honorable Oundo, for clarity, you have dropped everything save for the last sentence.
No, I've dropped everything. Now let me just give a guide. When you look at on page 1355, 1355, under my amendment clause 2, there is what I've labeled A, B, C. On that page, I've dropped all of them, including when you go to page 1356, the one reference to counter assembly has also been dropped because that was already dropped. Now, when you go to the one referring to property, what I'm saying, property has been extensively mentioned or referred to in the bill, but it's not defined. So the definition I'm putting here is the typical definition that we use in the profession. Number 2, in the definition, now I then also drop the term improvements because they have dropped improvement. So I'm only retaining the definition of property. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable members. I now propose that clause 2 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 2 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Oundo. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I propose that the title. Honorable members, I propose that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I would like to call the mover to move. Honorable members, I now call upon the mover, the chairperson, to move reporting.
Okay. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the National Rating Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022, and its approval thereof with amendments. And I call upon,
Thank you, Honorable Osoro. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House on its consideration of the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022, and its approval thereof with amendment. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, you are now going to move to the statute law. Leader of Majority Party.
Honorable Chair, I seek the indulgence of this House, considering a lot of proposals and interest in this very matter, that would defer this particular bill to next week when we resume. Next week.
Members, I agree to the request by the majority leader. Honorable members, now we move to reporting.
Chairperson, the chairperson of the committee of the whole House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I request the Honorable Triza Wanjiro to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Who is seconding? Sorry, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report.
Honorable Speaker.
Majority Whip, you are on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
So I've not given you the mic.
Sorry.
Yeah. You're on a point of order? Give the majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 53.3, I beg that you defer putting the question to another sitting, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Undo.
Thank you. Indeed, we have concluded the committee of the whole House, and it needs to go on record, and I think I would raise the matter at the appropriate time. There's a standing order, I don't know exactly, they can assist me, that says constitutional matters can be raised any time before the conclusion of the bill. Honorable Speaker, we have because of the so-called tyrant of numbers, passed a provision in the bill that is outrightly unconstitutional. So you will allow me, I'm just to go on record. At the appropriate time before the third reading, we will have to raise that constitutional amendment. Luckily enough, we have the weekend to research and present a position on the floor, because we have passed a provision that's outrightly unconstitutional. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Eric Muchangi, want to say something?
Honorable Speaker, the matter will be decided by the court.
Which matter will be decided by the court? Honorable Muchangi, are you done?
The issue as to whether the matter, the issues that we discussed here are constitutional or not.
Yes. Okay. Give Honorable Nyikal the mic.
Chair.
Would the Honorable Majority Whip approach the Speaker in the meantime? Yeah.
Chair, akin to what Honorable Oundo has said, I noticed some matters were constitutionally said, but I may also appeal that there are some issues that he raised that were actually quite important, and there's still provision that even over the weekend or even later, they can be looked at, where he was actually bringing in matters of details that can go into regulations. I think it would help if those matters, when we come, are actually listed under what the minister can do regulations over. That is my point, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That is Honorable Mbai.
My God. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to go on record, as Honorable Oundo has put it, nothing unconstitutional. The committee of the whole House has passed. Thank you.
Is that Honorable Benjamin Kiplagat? Yeah, Kiplagat.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honorable members for passing this very good bill. Mr. Speaker, as to whether there is unconstitutionalism, I think we have agreed that that is a subject of another body which can be decided elsewhere. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members who are upset. Unfortunately, our friend Honorable Oundo has done a good research, but maybe failed in the process, Mr. Speaker, that he could have actually gotten to the committee and get most of his amendments accepted by the committee, and we will not be having a problem that we have now.
Every that time. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this House is now functus, and there isn't anything that is left apart from taking a decision as to whether this bill can be read a third time. And that is the only option left for Honorable Oundo, to have it rejected at the third reading, which is the vote which is to be taken after this. Otherwise, having gone through all the processes and the votes having been taken, if we succeed in having the bill read a third time, the only other option he has is to approach the head of state, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and tell him not to assent to the bill, but return it to us with the observations that he has made. Once he does that, again the bill dies because we may not be able to raise the 2/3. If the President assents to this, then the only other option he has now is to move the House for amendments, or it's taken to court for a decision. So for now, I believe we are functus.
On the Majority Whip.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a house of debate. And it's unfortunate sometimes when we're making laws, of course, you'll realize that there are people who don't come to the House to make their contributions. Honorable Oundo has really done a good job, and I want to thank all the members. He's done a good job in the entire process of the committee of the whole House. He's made his contribution, but The majority had their way. You had your say as the minority. And I noticed that your question, of course, was much on the element of the subsidiary legislation, that I need to invite you to possibly acquaint yourself on who has the legal mandate to do subsidiary legislation or delegated legislation. It really can't be the National Land Commission. So such are the debates that we can have outside the plenary. But in case the issue is unconstitutional, as you well put it, there are other parameters, there are other avenues, there are other arms of government that deal with that. But from where I sit, you had your say, the majority had their way. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Leader.
Of the House, my friend, I could have been following you from wherever I was, you know very well how versatile I am.
Honorable Murugara, the majority leader and the minority leader take precedence. Whenever they come in and request to speak, you'll wait until they speak.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your
Minority leader, proceed.
Thank you for your very timely protection. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to Honorable Soro to listen to me. Honorable Soro, the majority whip, chief whip, has just said here that whatever we have passed is unconstitutional or not, other avenues can be explored to deal with that. Mr. Speaker, this House can never be seen to be acting in vain. Never. Never. Yeah, whether he was responding to whomsoever, it doesn't matter. Yes, what matters is that he has said, you can't inform me, he has said that we can simply go ahead and
Honorable minority leader, do you want to be informed by the majority whip?
Certainly, no. This is a very serious House. This is the assembly of the people of Kenya. It represents our sovereignty as a people. And we cannot be seen to be acting in vain. The issues that have been raised by my friend Oundo and others about the constitutionality of what we have passed are too grave to be trivialized in the manner we are doing. And I had my friend, the member for Runyenjes, I think, member for Runyenjes, say that the court will deal with it. So I want to say here, even just for purposes of record, that as a coalition, there's the Mio La Umoja One Kenya coalition, a coalition that stands for the rule of law, constitutionalism, and decency in all respects, cannot associate itself with what has taken place this evening in this House. We totally dissociate ourselves. And of course, for record and for posterity. And Mr. Speaker, I want to plead, as I conclude, that this House retraces its steps. This House must retrace its steps. Otherwise, history might judge us very, very harshly. Very, very harshly. Very, very harshly. I raise my case. Yes.
Yes, the majority, Honorable Millie, what is out of order? Because I wanted to rule on the request by the majority whip.
Mr. Speaker, is the majority, because of the corruption, it becomes very difficult to know who is the proper chief whip. So is the chief whip, in order to be de-whipping, when his role should be to be whipping member to come, especially after passing unconstitutional provisions in the Miscellaneous Act. Is he in order to be de-whipping people when we know that there are forces that are being taken out of the country? And I hope that to take the ones who are killing us with the tear gas, let them, the ones who can go there and suffer the consequences. You should not de-whip people when you should be whipping people into the House.
I didn't observe or notice the majority whip, de-whip anybody. I will therefore assume that it did not happen. The majority whip had stood on at his place and requested that we defer the putting of this question, the question on the bill that was being transacted, and its further consideration to a future date. That request is assented to. So the question will be put when this business, the business relating to this particular order, will be scheduled by the House Business Committee to be transacted by the House again. You want to defend yourself after I've granted your request? Or say something.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Millie has accused me and of de-whipping my members. And I want to be on record because they are watching me if they're having tea. Please, I beg you to come back to the House so that we can debate, because Honorable Millie wants you to debate. Honorable Millie wants you in the House. And I beg you kindly, wherever you are, that you come to the floor of the House and debate. Although Honorable Millie has been absent the entire period as we were making the committee of the whole House, and she's come back to play politics, please, I beg you that you come back wherever you are and join us so that we can proceed. I beg you, I beg you, I whip you.
The Honorable Adan Kenan. Honorable members, you remember that earlier in the sitting of this afternoon, the presiding speaker appointed 6:30 as the time for adjournment motion of the House to discuss a motion of adjournment by the Honorable Peter Kaluma. I now order that the House proceeds to the matter of national importance as raised by the Honorable Kaluma. So, honorable members.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I had earlier on had moved for adjournment of the House.
Order, Honorable.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I had moved for the adjournment of the House on a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding deployment of officers of the National Police Service in Haiti. Honorable Speaker, for the sake of time, it being that we have barely 30 minutes to debate, I would adopt the motion in the matter had moved the adjournment before. Save to say the following, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution establishes the national security organs at Chapter 14. These organs are the Kenya Defense Forces, the National Police Service, and the National Intelligence Service.
The Honorable Victor Koech, member for Chepalungu. You seem to be on a point of order, and also you are lifting up your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am rising on a point of order. Madam Speaker.
A point of order can be raised at any time.
Madam Speaker, I have the mic.
Honorable Victor, you may proceed with your point of order. What is out of order?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise under Standing Order number 35. Having looked around, I would wish to seek your guidance that this House has no requisite numbers for it to transact business. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sergeant at Arms, I order that you ring the bell for 10 minutes. Honorable members, please do not walk out of the house when the bell is being rung. Honorable Millie Odhiambo, you know that it is out of order to walk out of the house when the quorum bell is being rung. Okay, I order that the sergeant at arms now stops ringing the bell. Honorable members, it is clear that the House is unable to quorate, and I will proceed to adjourn the House pursuant to Standing Order number 35. And honorable members, the time being 6:45 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 11th of October, 2023, at 9:30 a.m.